10:02. We will open the Finance Division 2 work session. And we're going to start. I'm just going to go in the order that these are on. We're going to go through a series of bills here. And I'm going to go through them in the order that they're on this sheet I'm looking at. So the first one is HB 115, which is the Education Freedom Account eligibility. And that one I'm going to put off until first thing tomorrow. That will give us all plenty of time to plan for our discussion and be prepared to be wildly in favor of it or wildly opposed to it.
No compromise.
Or in between. Thank you. And who do I look to for when I want that comment? All right. And the next is, well, you know what? Actually, you're here. So why don't we skip ahead? So we can get to that. So HB 713 is the mile markers on Route 112. And we have Representative Stringham, thank you, Stringham here. So I'll welcome him to the committee and have him present the bill.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here in front of this subcommittee as well. This is a fairly straightforward bill. The Kankamangas Highway, hopefully you all know what it is. It's in the heart of the White Mountains and travels from Conway to Lincoln and then Woodstock on to Bath. The Kankamangas Highway is a destination that draws hundreds of thousands of visitors to New Hampshire from around the world. There's a 32-mile stretch of road between Lincoln and Conway with no service. There's virtually no cell or emergency radio service through much of its length. It's very windy and hilly and is the site of many breakdowns, accidents, and particularly in the wintertime. The big challenge on the highway is that police, and this was a local police or requested bill. Apparently they've been trying for quite a while to get some better reference points along the highway. Because what happens when police or ambulances or emergency vehicles hear about a vehicle or injured person in need, there's no cell or radio service there at all. So what typically happens is a Good Samaritan wanders by and says, you know, I'll call and get some help for you. And they may have traveled 5 or more miles past 3 campgrounds, 4 different cutoff points for hiking a 4,000-footer. And by the time they get down to where they can make a call, the 911 or the police hear something like it's by the hiking trail, not knowing whether it's the Osceola, Hancock, Flume, or Moosalok that they were at, or some other beautiful trailhead, or it's by the falls, and there's multiple falls. And even sometimes something like the Big Rock. Sometimes the location is so far off, they've actually sent police from the wrong town. And because there are different local jurisdictions are involved. The police came and testified, and it was unanimously agreed that having mile markers along the road addressed a major public safety problem from people that we depend on to pay us visit and feed our businesses, as well as pay local meals and rooms tax, as well as other consumption taxes. So the idea was this bill was to require mile markers be placed along a section of 112. And the final vote was 18-0. The testimony was this would be 100% federal funds. And so, I'll be asking Finance Committee to continue on with this and pass it through, as no general funds will be needed. Just just by way, the Department of Transportation and I will be meeting just to make sure there's sufficient flexibility and direction in the language. There's some question about how often these mile markers should be placed, whether it could be 0.2 of a mile up to 1 mile, and on what sections and local input would be required. DOT did a great job when putting in new barriers along Franconia Ridge. Just when we go to full finance, there may be a friendly amendment to this that won't change any of the underlying structure of the bill. I'll definitely review it with the chair before finalizing that. So with that, if you have any questions about mile markers along this probably the state's most iconic route, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from the committee? Representative Hackman Phillips.
I'm just interested in hearing more about your possible amendment. That way we can know what we're thinking about for, I guess, next
Yeah, so
tomorrow.
some of the things we're talking about is what sections of the road. I mean, we don't need mile markers, for example, through downtown Lincoln on 112, I think, and but that is part of the whole route. There is equally radio and cell phone service problems along areas between Woodstock and Bath. So, so I wanted to kind of define those areas, and I would be asking DOT offline just to make sure they have that input. And then the trade-off between the aesthetics, the design consistent versus a typical highway large green sign. We don't need to know whether it's north or south, for example, on the signs. But there's somewhat of a difference in how frequently you need mile markers here, because when you break down on the highway, you kind of need to know where you are, and you're on the cell phone and you say, I'm right here. But here you're not going to be able to do that anyway because you don't have cell service. Somebody just needs to, travel 800 feet and see there's another sign. So the idea is just to give the department the flexibility to do it the right way. And I wanted to make sure that nothing in the bill, first, was clear, and second, provides them with what they need to do their job the way they're much better at than I am. Thanks.
Other questions? Comments? So what would you recommend our approach be according to the plan you just laid out there?
I think you can go forward with the bill as is for now, but if you're gonna just make a recommendation, but if full finance, there may be amendment to add to it. And what I would like to do is for just to review it with you or one of your colleagues, just to be comfortable that your division's done its job. So.
Representative Popovich?
I personally thank you for being here, and we're still working on the bill. I feel that I'm kind of leaning towards retaining it with the intent of including it in HB2. Would that be something that makes sense to you as the prime sponsor and a frequent flyer in the finance committee, obviously? So.
I guess I don't have an objection to doing that if we get the language in correctly. It's and to go through Senate. The risk of that, I guess, is so if we run into trouble passing the budget, I guess I'd rather have the bill continuing through.
Thank you for sharing your perspective. Yep.
Representative Murray?
Yeah. I mean, this is such a clean, straight bill. It doesn't impact the budget at all. I'm in favor of just passing it along. Just keep it clear, simple, and let her go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Having traveled the Kancamagus Highway hundreds and hundreds of times over my life, going back to, with my parents as a child, And I think this is an outstanding bill. I think it stands on its own very well. And as a child, I remember seeing a horrific motorcycle accident. I don't know on what mile marker it was.
There aren't any mile markers, so.
Right, right. But it's something that's etched in my memory. And I think also, you know, speaks to not only the beauty of the Kankomagas Highway, but the dangers that lie in traveling there. So I hope the bill does go through as an independent bill, because I think it speaks to the care that we have for our residents and our visitors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative Stringham? Well, let me excuse him so he can release himself. Is there anyone else here that wants to speak regarding this? No? Come on up. Introduce yourself, please, and thank you for being here. Representative Weiler.
It seems a little expensive if you only put out 32 mile markers for the looking at the fiscal note. Is that typical?
This was written as a standalone project, so that there is a certain amount of costs that are associated with any project, mobilization, engineering, and so forth, which would be distributed across the number of mile markers. The original scope was to run markers from Lincoln to Conway it was specified at 1 mile intervals. Our standard on the expressways are 0.2 of a mile. So I had included in the fiscal note just a comparison price. I believe it was like 280,000 for the 1 mile intervals, but if it included the 0.2 of a mile, which would add, 5 per mile instead of 1 per mile, was $580,000. And that is just from Lincoln to Conway. We also had discussed whether Bath to Lincoln would also merit, so the entire run of Route 112 would be included. Lincoln to Conway is kind of the famous portion, but the other segment, if you've driven it, is even more isolated and has just as much need. In general, the DOT has focused the mile marker projects on the interstates and other expressways, highest volume, greatest need, most cars per dollar, we'll say. But that's not to say there isn't merit for many roads in New Hampshire, not just the Kank, but many other isolated roads with just as much poor cell reception and isolation and lack of landmarks. You can only go to it's near the big rock. It is not a precise survey. There's the location of mile markers do not need to be precise. They're usually within 50 feet. So it's not a lot of effort in that respect. However, locating each and every one, looking for making sure that each location is appropriate. It's not in the middle of a drive or a trail or something like that, so that we're able to put out a clean project that can be easily bid. What we'd like to do is combine this with another project so that we can spread some of that mobilization costs across other projects. So I think that would be up to the DOT to do and still accomplish the the mission of this bill.
Thank you. It occurs to me it's a, two-way road. Are the markers on both sides of the roads, or will they just be one directional, or will they be double-sided?
For two-way roads such as this, we're allowed to have them on one side. We only have them on two sides where we have separated interstate facilities. So yes, and they would be double-sided so they could be read from both directions.
Any other questions? No? Thank you very much. I'll get you. Just give me, see if anybody else is here. Is anybody else here to speak on this? No? Representative Popovich?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given the discussions we've had, I'd like to make a motion of OTP with the understanding that Representative Stringham may have a friendly amendment to bring directly to the Finance Committee. So under the circumstances, I think we should send this out as an OTP and then wait for any further developments from the prime sponsor.
Second. Representative Murray seconds. Any further discussion? No? Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll when she's ready.
Yes.
Rep. Dean.
Yes.
DeRoy, yes. Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Rep. Murray.
Yes.
Rep. Hacken Phillips.
Yes.
Rep.
Luno.
Luno.
Yes.
Motion passed. Oh, I'm sorry, I do that to you every time. You know
Yes.
what it is? It's because you're at the top of the list.
Imagine that.
To vote on this one?
Yes. I mean, yes and yes. Thank you. Let me know when you're ready. Eight? We have eight on the committee? Oh, you can here. Right.
It took me a while to get into the rhythm. The whole thing about asking the chair to pay, because you have to get into the habit of going all the way down to the rhythm and come back and it's
And then skips and
nothing to
Jeremy's
it.
already sitting.
Yeah, I'm going to switch to Janice's order instead of my order, or Mickey's order. Okay. All right, so we'll close the hearing on HB 713 and open the hearing on hearing, I guess, work session, whatever we're going to call it, on HB 563, which is, I don't have the title right here. There it is. The title is calculation of adequate education grants. And is there anybody in the audience that would like to say anything? Okay. Then we'll open it up to discussion around the table. Okay, it's gonna be a discussion-free zone.
So,
Representative Luna.
yeah, thank you very much for sharing. It was a voice vote on the floor. And it was, I think 18-0 out of the Ed Funding Committee. And it basically does two things. It adds a physical capacity disparity aid as part of the targeted grants for FY27, and that's a $13.3 million cost. And does it also increase the special education differentiated aid factor from 2,100 per student to 3,140 per student? And I believe it does that effective. That's also effective FY27.
So I just want to add one note to that. The $13.7 million related to fiscal capacity disparity aid, Representative, that's correct, except it's also balanced by a reduction on the extraordinary needs grant column, so it's actually a net neutral cost. And on the extraordinary needs side, the committee looked at the large school districts, in particular Manchester and Nashua, and Manchester's allocation, which was increased by about $30 million, I believe, in the last biennium, was reduced by about 12.6, I think, $million in this current version of the bill. Representative Popovich.
And just for the record, even though I'm sure everybody on this committee already knows that, the reason why we are only changing the second year is that because of where we are in the budgeting process for the school districts, making any changes at this time would really throw a wrench into all the ballots that were out, a week or two ago. So the changes can only effectively be made in the second year of the budget cycle. So just in case anybody watching is wondering why that change.
Any other discussion?
Sure.
Representative Luna.
So thanks. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for explaining how this is actually budget neutral, and that the $13.3 million for the fiscal capacity disparity grant did come from the extraordinary needs, some changes to the extraordinary needs grant. I do, however, at 13.3, it's a little thin for fiscal capacity disparity aid. Back in 2019, we had a $65 million fiscal capacity disparity component, which certainly touched more communities throughout the state in a more meaningful way. And I'm not saying that this isn't meaningful, but it does only touch about 40 towns. And from what I'm hearing, people across the state are screaming about property taxes right now, and anything we can do, particularly in the communities that I think have the highest property tax rate burdens because they have such low property valuation per pupil, we should endeavor to do that. So as the committee and the full finance committee moves forward with the budget, I'd hope that it would look at a program like this for fiscal capacity disparity aid, and possibly putting additional dollars to that to become more meaningful to these property poor towns. Thank you.
Further discussion? For a motion?
If I may, I'd like to make a motion to retain this so that we can continue considering it as part of the budget process.
Second? Representative Murray, seconds? And when the clerk is ready, you can call the roll on HB 563, relative to the cost of an opportunity for an adequate education, extraordinary need grants, fiscal capacity disparity aid, and determination of education grants.
Representative Popovich.
Yes.
Representative Bean.
Yes.
DeRoy, yes. Chair Wilder.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
Representative Hankin Phillips.
Yes.
Representative Uno.
Yes.
And Representative or Chair Keith.
Yes,
I do that too all the time. Sorry.
it's all good. Call me whatever you want.
What's your name, Keith?
My name's Keith, yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you. And let me know when you're ready, and we'll. So I'll close the discussion of HB 563 and open the discussion of HB 675. This is limiting the authority of school districts to make certain appropriations. And I'll open the discussion. Well, is there anybody on the floor, first of all, that want to speak to this? Come on up if you'd like to speak. Don't be shy. I can't see you behind the speaker there. You kind of hid yourself pretty well. Welcome.
Thank you. Members of Finance. Just wanted to touch briefly on this bill. My name is Brian Chiricello. I live in Derry, New Hampshire. I'm a former state rep from 2010 to 2020, former county commissioner. And I live in Derry, which the school district in Derry is the third largest in the state. And we have high taxes. And I want to let you know that the town operates separately from the school in Derry. The town has had a tax cap since 1993. We're probably one of the oldest communities with a tax cap. Yet our property taxes keep going up and up, and it's getting very expensive. And I wanted to share the fact that I've gone to many deliberative sessions, and the last deliberative session we went to, we had 123 people show up out of 18,000 registered voters. 123 people decided the fate of the fourth largest community in the state. I also just finished up being a six-term town councilor in Derry. So I can tell you that in my town, there's a lot of confusion because deliberative sessions in March, but most people are not paying attention for some reason, one or another. People are busy and they don't see anything until December's tax bill. And then they immediately run to the town council and start screaming, why are my taxes going up? And it's like, don't look at us. We're under a tax cap since 1993 tied to Northeast CPI. We don't grow. So the amount of taxes that we raise on the town side is $24 million. The school budget's $102 million and climbing. So I've mentioned many times that we should join forces together, the town and the school, put the schools under the town, just like your largest community is Manchester. That school works under the city. Same with Nashua. So they have tax caps. My town, the third largest school district, does not have tax cap. And, you know, I'm not anti-teacher or anti-education. And I'm just preaching that the fact, and I'm also a real estate agent, the average home is $550,000 in Derry. So what are we doing? I'm squeezing my seniors on fixed incomes. That's number one. Number two, the younger generation can't afford to come to my town. Okay. Now I've been in town for over 30 years and yes, I've got equity in my town, but guess what? Equity doesn't pay my property taxes. So when the taxes go up, the people that are there have to bring in more income. So there needs to be checks and balances. I actually loved working under a tax cap on the town side for 18 years because it makes you do the work. You've got to hone in on what your wants are and what your needs are, and then you got to prioritize. So again, on the town side, I've got 7 unions that we deal with. We have fire, police, recreation, DPW. So how does a town manage that with no problem? Yet my school keeps wanting to grow and grow, and then what happens is they blame the state legislators because they're like, we need more money, and it's like, well, where does that stop? So I just wanted to share that with you because from the 4th largest community in the state and the 3rd largest school district in the state, unlike Manchester and Nashua that have to operate under that tax cap, we don't. I like the idea, so I just wanted to come here and testify on it. So I'd answer any questions that someone has if they like.
Thank you. Representative Luna.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks very much for being here this morning. As far as Derry is concerned and the Derry schools, has the school district considered a locally imposed budget cap? But as your residents have a right to submit by petition warrant.
That's a good question. So as I mentioned, and I know local governments are different. So in Derry, the town operates on their own. The school is SB2. The town of Derry is a very unique town. Durham is the only other town that actually, we're a town, but we act like a city. So the 7 town councilors, we don't have SB2. We don't go out to the people. Those 7 councils make all those decisions. So we don't really have, the town councils it's a separate entity, separate government. So they've never proposed a tax cap on the school side. But what I will tell you is in 2020, 16 or 17, the town decided to put on the ballot a non-binding, because we can't bind the schools, question that asked if the town and the school should combine and the school should be under the tax cap. It passed, but it was non-binding. So there's a flavor in my town to hold those, hold the numbers to a tax cap. I hope I answered your question there.
A quick follow-up there. So was there anything preventing the 7 town councilors from putting a local tax cap article on the warrant?
I guess what we'd have to do is we'd have to go to deliberative session. We'd have to organize. We'd have to bring people into deliberative session to do that. As I mentioned, and 123 people out of 18,000 registered voters it's always on a Saturday morning at 10 o'clock in February or March. People don't show, and people are busy. I get it. So it's just not going to work that way. Now, the other way that I've thought of is to do this is to basically bring legislation to ask the legislators to allow the people to vote on allowing the school to fall under the town and the town's tax cap. But that's a 2-year process. And I've always known that and thought about that. But when I saw this bill, I said, okay, well, it's sort of doing the same thing. It's sort of doing the same thing. So it's just a quicker route.
I know I'm pushing your patience. So one more.
You're fine, Representative Leno.
So when a budget cap was proposed in the Kearsarge School District in early January, they got a lot more than 143 people to show up for the deliberative session. I think there were well over 1,200. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that. I didn't pay any attention.
Okay.
For some reason,
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative DeRoy.
Could you just spell your last name for me,
Yeah,
sir?
sure. I do this all the time. I should change my name to something like 4 letters, but it's CHIRICHIELLO.
I would have never gotten
No,
that.
I know.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. It's always good to hear from people who, have something meaningful to say on the bills. You were saying that this kind of does the same thing. This actually, in my opinion, would do significantly less, because all it does is that it suggests it imposes a tax cap, but it will leave the governance being separate. I mean, what you were talking about would be bringing all districts under the same governance. So to me, this is a milder and lesser step than that type of legislation.
I agree. I agree 100%.
And frankly, based on the results in Windham, we have a very similar character town where the town government has been working really, really hard to keep expenditures under control, but 80% plus of our property taxes go towards the school district, who has more of a cheerful attitude towards increasing budgets. So I don't know what the right solution is. I see this as a step, but let me ask you this: if this passes and becomes law, would you still consider that type of legislation, allowing towns to decide to basically merge the town and the school governments under one?
That's
as
a good question,
local
Representative.
control measure?
Yeah. So the only advantage to that, and I get it because I talk to my school board quite a bit, and they always tell me, well, you guys on the town side can bring in revenues. I get that. So our budget's like $55 million, 24 of which is tax. So we're bringing in revenues. The schools aren't bringing in revenues. So I get that side of it. But if we brought the schools like Manchester and Nashua, if we combined them and put the school under the town, okay, then you have that benefit of those revenues offsetting the schools. Does that make sense? So there is a benefit to the schools to go under the town as far as bringing in revenues. The schools are limited in revenue currently, and that's where their problem is. They want to spend it, but they don't have the revenue to come in, and they're in a tough spot.
Thank you. I really appreciate you sharing those perspectives, because it's not a topic that I thought about it at length before, and it's really good to hear the thoughts of somebody who's been bouncing this stuff around for a while. So
Yes.
thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. And to me, you make a very good argument for why this should be a local issue. You talk about how unique your situation is. We've got a whole list of school districts and schools that have decided to do this individually in their own way for the way that best supports the community. So I hear the problems that you have. And to me, what you're saying is that this is a local issue. And because your community is unique, you need to have the freedom to do it yourself. And so I don't see this bill being particularly helpful. And I very much support that it be a local issue for schools.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. And I've heard that argument as well. As you're well aware, we're a Dillon state. We're not a home rule state. So what we're allowed to do comes from state reps. And, again, it's you guys, when I mean you guys, the state reps are responsible for the money that comes into the school system. So if the legislators want to do a check and balance, I think, it's their prerogative to do it. All the power holds beholden to you. So.
Yeah, just to reiterate, it seems, but there are schools that seem to be doing everything that they need to do in order to address the problems that you have. So it seems that you do have the power to do this. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Representative Hagen Phillips.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for taking my question. I was listening to your testimony, and you mentioned that you thought there needs to be checks and balances. And so I'm a student of government. I have an advanced degree in political science and spent a lot of time thinking about that exact question, checks and balances in government. So it seems to me that we do have a check and balance in two ways for your town, and specifically. One is the democratic process and the voters weighing in on that situation. And so if it seems to be an important issue for your community, that there should be an important political will within the community to make a movement within its existing government system to enact the exact thing you're asking for. But also, if you were to look at another check and balance, you could look to the court system, which in fact has ruled in our state that we need to provide an adequate education for all students. And so I understand the driving forces of the cost that local property taxes are forced to meet because our state is not sending more money from the state to our localities to help pay for these districts. So as far as I understand, our checks and balances are currently working. They may not be working in your exact favor in your community, and that may give you the will to build to that process through our democratic process to get voters to come and help you, support you in this endeavor. So again, I do think my colleague, Representative Murray, makes a very good point about local control. And I would just like to say, would you believe that I also think the checks and balances are currently working?
Thank you, Representative. I everything you've said, I understand where you're coming from. What I can tell you is, in a town that's 35,000 people, there's a lot of confusion. Again, and whether it's just lifestyles are too busy for people, families, they're working and they're just not getting engaged the way they should be. They'll get engaged when they open their tax bill. And in my town, and I'll go back to my town, they come running to the town council screaming that taxes are getting out of hand. And it's like, wait a minute, we're under a tax cap here. It's not the town side that's increasing, it's the school side. Again, $24 million for the town of Derry, the fourth largest in the state, with 7 unions, police, fire, all of that's $24 million versus the schools that have $103 million. There's a big difference. And by the way, just to share with you, we lost over 1,000 children in the school district in Derry over the last 10 years. When my 2 daughters were in school, we had portable classrooms. That's gone. And then we lost 1,000. We're not filling those seats. It's going the other way. But yet the budget keeps increasing. So I understand what you're saying. And yes, you're 100% right. We could do it a different way. And, we can do it. This is just a another way to help those seniors and young people get into the town.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. So I find that this proposal creates special conflicts for my community. We have an interstate school district in Hanover called the Dresden School District, which we share with Vermont, Norwich, Vermont. So proposing tax caps on half of the budget for our school district, but not the other half, could create a real untenable situation for our unique community. So I'm not sure that that would be helpful for at least my constituency. So I think that this one size all fit that you're proposing is probably not workable. And another piece of evidence that I see is that, several communities across our state just were presented with this exact issue about a week ago, and all of them turned down the tax cap. So I think, while it may be inevitable that your community does reach some point of political will where they determine a tax cap is important, there will be communities just like mine who determine that that's unworkable. So again, I do think this is a local control issue. And if we're going to look at possibilities for other checks and balances as you're proposing, I think an alternative should be considered that the state sends more support down to our local districts to help relieve the property tax issue you're speaking of.
And thank you very much. I also will share with you, so Derry is the home of Pinkerton Academy. So that high school is a semi-private high school with 8 surrounding towns that send people into that school as well. So, but as far as budget-wise, again, I'm just going to go back to the fact that, being 18 years as a town councilor, working under a tax cap, it works. It just makes you do the work, and you've got to drill down, and you've got to prioritize, and you've got to properly plan. But I understand your comments, so thank you.
Chairman Weiler?
Thank you. I think this is one of the most important pieces of legislation that we can pass this year. I asked Mr. Landrigan to produce me a 10-year history of how much more we've increased the spending from the state to the towns and how much more the towns have gone up in the property taxes. The towns have gone up way ahead of whatever we've been producing. And all these things we heard at the public hearing, give me, more money for my schools. While they don't go to the school board meetings, which are always dominated by the spenders, and try to get some reduction, they just come to us, and of course the school board tells them, oh, if only the state would give us more money, even though they just go up without any limits, because all the spenders get on the school boards. And it's amazing that one would think with all the reduction we've seen in enrollment, we would see a reduction in school spending, but it just keeps going up, and they keep adding employees. This is very important that we put a limit on them, because the people that are on the school board and the people that show up to vote against the cap are, of course, all the schoolies and all the teachers and all the people they know and all the people that the parents are told, oh, if you don't show up, they're going to throw your kids out of school. I mean, the exaggerations I hear are ridiculous, but without this, that's going to keep on going. I'm really in heavy support of this spending cap. Thank you.
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, may I just add
Absolutely.
one quick thought? And again, I don't know if I mentioned this. I sell real estate for a living. We all know that we have a housing problem in the state. We're locking out the younger generation, and we're squeezing the elderlies. There's no doubt. I see it every day, and it's tough. It's tough on a lot of our seniors. Just something to throw out there. Maybe you consider doing this with a sunset clause for a few years and see where that goes until we can bring more additional housing in and increase the base of people paying into the system. That may be a way that you could look at this as a compromise. I don't know. I'm just bringing that up. Thank you.
Representative DeRoy?
Thank you. I'm curious as to what your per pupil cost is for Pinkerton versus what the other schools is.
I'm sorry. I don't have that information. I know it's relatively a decent per pupil because we have the numbers. We have, again, the third largest school district in the state. We have all those numbers, so they're offset. I can tell you that Pinkerton Academy, I think that cost for our Derry students is, I want to say it's 52 million out of 103 million. So the rest is K through grade 8. So if you look at that, and then my school board doesn't really, Pinkerton is semi-private. We're unique. We're very unique in the fact that Pinkerton has its board of directors. They do whatever they want. If they build new buildings, they're building them, and the taxpayers are paying, which is a whole other situation. But I'm sorry, I don't have those numbers, but it's probably right on par with the state average.
Other discussion. Representative Luna.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So when we take a look at the more than 12 communities now throughout the state that have had local budget caps on their warrant, and they have been resoundingly defeated by local voters, a lot to a little, resoundingly. And for the state to come in and suggest that it knows everything and shall impose a state-determined budget cap, I think is an insult to voters across the state who have said their piece loud and clear on this issue. It also, well, I'm just going to leave it at that. So thank you.
Can I just comment on that? So I guess there's two camps, right? All of the host state is basically saying we have a school issue. Okay? So you're either in the camp that you want to spend more money, or you're in the camp that says we're spending too much and we need to watch it. So I just read an article in today's paper in Illinois, someone's property taxes skyrocketed from like $750 to thousands of dollars, and they're all up in arms because of a rule change that they had there. But I understand the complexity of the question. I get the passion on both sides. I'm just sharing with you that people are hurting. I see it as a town councilor. People are hurting. I have seniors that come to me all the time, and they're choosing taxes or food. Where does it stop? And I'm not saying there's a wrong or right answer, but it falls on all of you legislators to fix that problem. So it's either, I guess you're in one camp or the other.
So I will just add that in Ware, we did get a reasonable budget cap put onto the warrant article, and it was not resoundingly defeated. It was roughly tied, which of course is not 60% or 80%, whatever it is you have to get. But nonetheless, it wasn't crushed. It was about 50-50. Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to remind everybody that in well-running functional governments, it is always a good practice to make sure that the decisions to spend money are made by the same people who have to raise those funds. And that every time when we are asking for more money from the state to go to local schools, we are also asking for more state control over those schools, because otherwise we end up with an out-of-control system where spending decisions are made by people who don't care how the funds are raised because they don't have to. So if you are in favor of local control, you should be in favor of allowing schools to raise most of the funds they need and helping them to do that in a responsible way so we maintain that balance. Now, the real point I wanted to make was that we are talking about this bill as if it's removing local control. Removing local control would be to not allow a school district to set its own budget. Removing local control would be to have the state come and say, this is your budget based on a state formula, work with it. This is not what we are doing here. We testified that, Kearsarge and other places resoundingly defeated the proposals to have a cap. Well, guess what? Nothing will change in those districts if this law passes, because the same people who came to resoundingly defeat that tax cap will resoundingly come here to defeat, to get the 2/3 needed to increase past this cap. This is meant to help a lot of towns who desperately need some support, and where town residents are not resoundingly in favor of huge increases in school budgets. So I think that to portray this as a, tax cap or an imposition of local control is really not supported by the actual text of the law and by the experiences we've had this spring, where plenty of towns showed that they would not be affected by it because they would be happy to get the necessary majorities to support increases past the cap. Thank you.
One moment. So before we proceed here, I really appreciate all the time you're putting in. Are there any other questions for the former representative? We can have a discussion in his absence if that's okay. So I'll thank you very much for your testimony. And Representative Weiler.
We
Oh,
outspend.
one moment, Representative. Sorry. Is there anybody else in the audience who wanted to speak? Come on up. Please introduce yourself and.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Brian Hawkins, representing NEA New Hampshire. We represent K-12 school employees throughout the state. I was not planning on testifying today, but since you're taking testimony, we don't have any problem with who shows up to vote on a given day. We have to abide by what the voters do, whether that's electing our elected officials or adopting a budget. And as was pointed out earlier, thousands of people went to vote across the state on these petition warrant article spending caps, and none of them got even a majority. And so, and I think that's not because, I think the reason for that is people support their schools, they support their educators, they support their students, which is obviously the most important piece here. And so that's why people showed up to the public hearing the other day to ask for us for the state to do its job that the court has said repeatedly, that people are asking repeatedly year after year. It's not that they want to have higher property taxes, they want their students to succeed and they want them to have a well-resourced school. We can barely keep educators as it is between some of the bills that this legislature has passed and the lack of ability to, depending on what the property value in your community is like. As you heard in the Education Funding Committee, when this bill was before you on this and other bills, you have towns and school districts who are struggling. They're the training ground for another community. But they're doing their best and they're looking for support from the state. So I would urge you to focus on that. And rather than dedicate more state dollars to expand the state's voucher program to wealthy people who are already sending their students to private school, perhaps you should dedicate that money to the local level so that those communities can offer the resources students need, and we're not imposing a cap that is going to require a 2/3 override in order to in order to meet needs. So I'll close there. You've heard these points, I think. So thank you.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you for coming up and speaking, Mr. Hawkins. Always a pleasure to hear from everybody interested in bills. You mentioned that you do not support expanding the EFAs because, it should not be expanded to wealthy people. Should those wealthy people have the right to send their kids to public schools, and why?
Because public schools accept all students, and our responsibility is to educate all students. And so there are other problems with that program. What I'm saying is, you're faced with the spending decisions in this budget. This particular bill, just to bring it back to 675, has no budgetary impact whatsoever. And so why should it be in House Bill 2?
If I may. If this bill has no budgetary impact, why are we talking about the huge need for the town for this? state to send more money to the local schools. It is obviously because of the same budget increases that were voted by local communities who now, instead of being willing to pay for the budget increases they approved in March, are coming and clamoring for more state funds. So anything that impacts school spending, whether it's directly requested by the state or not, comes back to the state's budget sooner or later. Therefore, I would suggest this is a very, very relevant bill to the state budget, and it should be a part of HB2. Because again, we cannot have it both ways, right? We cannot say it's all local control, but then the state should pay for all that local control spending.
Well, as we know, 75 to 80% of the money spent on schools is at the local level, not at the state level. And so, that's the reason for the lack of a spending, a figure for the state budget. But you are imposing this on local communities. And so that, I think, is the problem with this bill, the core problem with this bill.
Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you very much. Yeah, if we can, focus on the bill, it did pass the House by 5 votes. It was 190 to 185, which was rather close, certainly not overwhelming. I don't think that anyone wants to overspend. No one wants to spend too much money. I also think we do not want to underfund education. I think that we are all here to find the proper amount of education or proper amount of funding for education. I think that's the goal of all of us here. And what I'm hearing from the communities that had their warrants with their town meetings, and what we've heard in your testimony and the other committee, what I've heard even from the House floor, where it only passed about 5 votes, is that there are so many unique communities in New Hampshire. We've already heard about a number of unique communities, some with more uniqueness than others, some with more challenges than others, but that this is a local issue. And given all those things, I don't see the Democrats can support this bill. This is something that local people need to take on their own. I fully appreciate the issues that a lot of these communities are facing, and they are all facing them. And it is incumbent upon them to find their solutions for that, not for us to try to come with a blanket or an umbrella or whatever metaphor you want to use to try to even things out. And so Democrats will oppose this bill.
Okay, again, before we go any further, are there any other questions? Representative Luno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. Looking across the state and all the school districts that we have, that each have their own school district budgets, do you feel that those budgets, those different budgets, and all these different school districts, do they give every student a fair shot?
I think this is at the heart of what the legislature has been struggling with, and what the court has been looking at, which is the state needs to do more in order to support those school districts, so that whether, regardless of your zip code, that you have a shot. And so whether you're in Newport or Portsmouth, that you have the resources. Each school district has the resources it needs to do its best for its students, and so we have a lot more work to do on that, I think.
So, quick follow up on that. So hearing you say that, then, for districts that are less resourced, like a Newport, like a Pittsfield, like a Berlin, would this lock in those disparities and continue to disenfranchise those students by a state-imposed budget cap?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions for this witness? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Testimony. Chairman Weiler.
Thank you. We outspend on a per pupil basis by state, all but about 43 other states in this country, many of which have better performance by their students than ours. This constant increase in inflation in school budgets is affecting the state budget. That's what we saw at the public hearing. Because of all the baloney that's coming out of school boards. Oh, if only the state would give us more money. And I'm going to ask Mickey to produce the chart he gave me. So we have to try to keep up with this constant increase way above inflation by our school districts, way, way beyond inflation, and especially considering the enrollment. And it's affecting the school budget because of all the pressure that's put on by the lying school boards. Oh, if only the state would give us more money. Well, they are never controlled. And as been pointed out, a minority of voters show up, and they have the statistics to show it, and also the mechanisms that are in use. So in my school district, they created a phone system to let all the parents know if their school was going to open late or close for school day. They misused it many times. There was one particular person on a school board that was always trying to cut. They used that to call all the parents and say, come out and don't vote for him. Total misuse of the system, total misuse of the population. They lie to all the people that work in the school. You better show up to vote against this cap or you'll lose your job. And they call all the parents. Your child will not have any education if you don't show up and vote against this. They have the control of enough of the population to sway a vote when you have a low turnout, which we always do. If we have 50%, it's a big deal. So with them in control of the levers of communication locally, they're always going to try to turn down everything. But it's messing up our budget, which we're responsible for on this finance committee. If we don't try to control all this out of control spending, we're never going to have enough money in the budget. We must pass this bill. It's very important. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, wow, look at that. Do I hear a motion? Representative Baladas?
I'd like to make a motion to retain this bill for inclusion in the normal budget process.
Have a second? Representative Bean? Any further discussion? All right, when you're ready, Madam Clerk, I'm going to call the roll.
Aye.
Yes.
No.
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 Luno.
No, sorry. And Representative
Irf. Yes.
5-3.
Thank you. So I will close the discussion of HB 675 and open discussion of HB 773. And this is relative to aid to school districts for the cost of special education, which is colloquially known as catastrophic aid, if I'm not mistaken. Is there anybody, HB 773, sorry. Yes. Is there anybody who wanted to speak on this bill from the audience? No? Okay. Is there any discussion from the committee?
I was just going to look up the vote, Mr. Chair.
Okay, take your time. Looks like Representative Luna will speak while you're doing that.
It was the voice vote on the floor. Believe it was 18 nothing.
And in committee, that's my recollection.
Committee.
Yes.
And I think, the thrust of the bill is really to set a proration floor for the special education aid, which formerly known as catastrophic aid. So currently there's no there's no low proration floor right now. It could be 0. So this sets it at 80%.
That comports with my understanding as well. Any other discussion? Okay. We're okay. I think on this one we'll be good. So there's no further discussion. I'll look for a motion. No one wants to make a motion? Go ahead. To,
To retain, I'm sorry.
there you go. A second? Yep, to retain it, second. And Representative Bean will second. And when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
Just want to make sure that's
Yes.
with the intention to work this into HB2 or retain for more further work, I guess. That's my question.
Well, I guess that'd be my thought, but do we have to actually make that part of the retained motion?
I think it's worth discussion, but
Well, if you want to discuss it, go ahead.
it sounds like if the motion from the floor was a voice vote of ought to pass, and that our committee that previously reviewed the policy had an 18-0 concurrence that it was also sufficient to pass, then it seems like our limited discussion here today would be to go along with that and to retain this bill, HB 773, with the intention of including this in the HB2 discussions for funding this biennium.
That's
And if I'm wrong, please stop me.
well, I wouldn't say you're wrong, but I would always say that, we're retaining it, that we're not, this doesn't guarantee what we're necessarily going to do with it. Certainly when we get to the bottom line there of the budget, we got to look and see where we stand. Any further discussion before we vote? No? All right, Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Yes.
Debor, yes. Chair Weiler.
Yes.
Representative Murray.
Yes.
He's left the room.
He left the Murray, yes.
Yes.
Representative, no, is that correct?
Very good.
Yes. Yes and yes.
Representative
Irf. Yes.
Mr. Earth. Yes. And then we have Mr. Left. I'm done here.
I'm done.
Okay.
So,
7, 1.
0. Yeah. 7-0. Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, so I will close the discussion of HB 773. And I will open the discussion of HB 781, requiring school districts to adopt policies establishing a cell phone-free education. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this? All quiet now. Representative Hacken Phillips.
Since no one's here to talk about it, I guess I just will note that it's my understanding. Oh, I thought the appropriation was removed. Am I wrong?
I'm not sure it has been removed yet.
Okay.
The bill before you, 781, does not have funding. That was removed. Yep.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. That's what I was wondering. Thank you so much, Mickey. So yeah, given that fact, there is no funding involved or appropriation involved. I think the policy's already been previously approved, and I'm happy with moving forward with this, knowing that many schools in the state already have these policies in place, and so I'm comfortable with not providing additional grants from the state.
Representative, is that, you're done? You're done? Sorry. Representative Murray?
I just want to clarify something with Mickey. The appropriation was for $1 million and the, oops, what? Yes, but we still have I'm curious if the fiscal note doesn't match the $1 million.
The fiscal note is the as introduced version of the bill. This bill was amended, so the fiscal note is dated. Yeah,
Okay, and the $1 million was in HB2, wasn't it?
correct. No, House Bill 1, the governor's recommended budget, yeah.
Any other discussion? Representative Weiler, or Chairman Weiler.
I spoke with Chairman Cordelli. He's in support of this bill. He's had discussions, I believe, with the governor. The governor has it also in HB2. He may give us some ideas of how he wants to either change that in accordance with this bill or coordinate between the two. He will get back in touch with us before we have the final executing on this bill. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right. Do I hear a motion? So, second? Second. Okay. Chair Weiler moves to retain and Representative Popovich seconds. Let me know when you're ready, Madam Clerk. Whenever you're ready.
Yes.
Yes.
Leroy, yes. Chair Weiler?
Yes.
Representative Murray?
Yes.
Representative Hacken Phillips?
Yes.
Representative Bloom?
Yes.
And Representative
What's his name? Irf. Yes. You can get Hacken Phillips, but you have a hard time with Irf.
It's a paradox.
All right. With that, I will close the discussion of HB 781 with it pass retain 8-0. Okay. So we're done with the bills. 1:15 will be first thing tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock tomorrow. Do folks want to have a break before we continue? Or not, or just go around? Okay. 5 minutes? Okay. So, yeah. Absolutely. So let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back in 5 minutes. Because I can always. Okay, so we're back from recess, and hopefully before noon, we can do three things, vote on three things. And Mickey just, Representative, Mr. Landrigan, just handed out our sheets for the, I don't know, umpteenth time. And the items I'm interested in talking about and voting on today on page, the second page, so the one that looks like this, landscape mode. Yeah, he's got them all numbered. I just want to get to the right one, right page. So on page, oh, you're right. Thank you very much, Chairman Weiler. You're way ahead of me. So on page 2, numbers 7 and 13A, which we've discussed in some detail, and we can discuss a little more now. And then well, let's do those first. We start there. So, do you want me to let you describe them first?
Yeah, I can remind the committee. So item number 7, the DOT thing, this is what they had described as through an operator agreement that they have with a couple of locations for transit facilities in, I think, Portsmouth and Dover, that there's an agreement, money would come to the state's going to do some work, and they wanted to set up both an account in House Bill 1, which you see here, you see the amounts associated, $52,000 and $78,000, as well as some House Bill 2 language restricting the revenue the department receives under that operator agreement to be separate only for the purpose of that agreement. I think it's somewhat of a harmless request, and it just makes sure that they keep that money separate from the rest of their budget specific to that agreement that they've executed. So to move forward, you could approve the House Bill 1 change that you see here, and then there will be a House Bill 2 amendment coming, and I'll put that in the next packet. It's not drafted yet, but there'd be something added to the RSA just restricting that revenue.
The House Bill 1 change
Is right here. It's this line. Line 7.
it says, oh, I see HB2, okay.
There's an HB2 component as well that we don't have, but he will draft that. We'll vote on it. We'll vote in his package today. He'll produce it. All the HB2 does is says that they're going to segregate the funds, so to speak, but not in a separate fund.
And you do have the House Bill 2 draft, like raw language in the packet I gave the
there
committee
you go.
Friday. If you want to see it, we're going to draft an official OLS amendment with that language.
Since we're not going to vote on it.
No, we are going to vote on it.
The HB2, no
We're
need
voting
to
on the
go.
whole thing.
Good.
Any other discussion or any discussion at all? Representative Murray.
Yeah, this is a partnership with C&J, and I just want to say that they've been great community partners, and this would be a wonderful revenue stream, the cooperation around public transportation with C&J and the state.
This is a good thing.
It's a good thing.
All right. Well, in that case, without any further discussion, do I hear a motion?
Sure. I'll move to approve what it is we're doing on line 7.
I will second the motion to approve line 7 and the HB2 associated language.
All right. Madam Chair, whenever you're ready, you may call the roll. Oh, actually, no, we do by hands, right, Mickey? Okay.
I think you can do hands for this.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, we'll show our hands. All set? All in favor? Any opposed? Beautiful. Motion passes unanimously. Okay, we're moving along quite well. Let me know when you're ready, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
ready when you are.
Yeah, hold on just one second. Let me wait for her.
Good.
All right. Mr. Landrigan, we can discuss 13A, please.
So 13A, if you recall, the Department of Education provided all of their list of vacant positions, and they broke it out to ones that they would not want you to abolish, and then ones that they would be okay if they were abolished. Yesterday, you approved 13B, which was all the federal funded positions from that list. What you held off for a later time is the general funded, the 4 positions that were general funds, and that's what you see on line 13A.
So any discussion on this one?
So we have no new information about why these in particular, just what they provided last time they were here
Yeah,
in the update.
what they discussed when they presented that list back on March 10th, I think it was, that they came in, that's still the information that we're working off of.
Representative Popovich.
I would just like to remind everybody that these are positions that have not been filled in quite a while. One of them, I believe, was 2019, another one 23, a couple of them for more than 1 year. and also positions that the department made very clear they will be unable / unwilling to fill this term. So just to ensure the necessary discipline, I think it is important to remove them from the budget altogether so that, if they feel the need to fill them later, they can come to fiscal. The fiscal can look at the circumstances at the time and approve it or not. But I don't want to have this in the budget. So if I may make a motion. Oh, please.
Representative Murray.
Is this removing the line or just the money? Is it removing? It's removing. So it's not just removing the money. It's not there. It's removing the position from.
Correct. That's the substance of this. It is that we are removing the 4 positions from the approved positions that the department can hire for. They are gone.
Representative Luno.
So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So if the position's removed, as opposed to just being zeroed out, how would that, if the department felt a need to have that position filled, how would they then proceed?
Mr. Landrigan.
So they could establish a temporary position through Division of Personnel, I believe, for something like that. But to reestablish them in their current form, it would probably require either through the next operating budget or through another piece of legislation to reestablish a permanent position.
Further discussion?
So yeah,
Go ahead.
So more than just simply an appearance at Joint Fiscal Committee.
To reestablish them as a permanent position, yes.
Right. Thank you.
Further discussion? Representative Hackett-Phillips.
Yeah, so my concern that I expressed yesterday is not alleviated. I think.
Your mic's off.
Thank you. Sorry, I popped off. Yeah, my concern that I expressed yesterday is not alleviated. If we're looking at an early childhood coordinator, school nurse coordinator, and these are a lot of positions that circulate around 2 of the crises we're having in our school systems right now, or in our state right now. So one is on child care and the other is on school nurses. I mean, my understanding is there's a shortage of both. So I'm not sure that I'm willing to absolve the state of New Hampshire's Department of Education from actually seeking to fill these positions. I understand we have to make tough decisions, but I'm not sure that this is where I would prioritize that.
Representative Murray.
Yeah, I have to agree. Just for the record, we're looking at eliminating the school nurse coordinator, the computer science administrator, the administrator for early childhood, and early childhood content expert. These are all positions that, for a variety of reasons, are important. I don't really see a value in eliminating the positions if they're not costing us any money anyway, since they're not being filled. They may well have a purpose within next year or the next biennium. So I'm not really comfortable in getting rid of them. Doesn't impact us financially, and it saves work later on should we need these positions.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With all due respect to the concerns of my colleagues, I would like to make a motion to approve the item under 13A on the sheet that is in front of us concerning the abolishing 4 existing vacant positions.
Seconded by Representative Weiler. Any further discussion? No? Seeing none? Representative, show of hands. Okay, show of hands. In favor, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? 3. So, yeah, hang on, just give me time. Thank you. All right. The next thing I wanted to talk about is on the very last page. I don't know what the page number is yet because I'm not there. And this is the Community College System of New Hampshire proposed budget amendment. And what I've asked Mr. Landing to do here is essentially put in the flat funding that basically has passed through the House, passed through the Education Committee, passed through the House, and is now in our possession. If I'm not mistaken, this is the bill the other day that we took out the money and all that, and we passed through the restrictions on numbers of credits and maximum credits per course that a student could take at no charge. This leaves out, so in terms of their requests, it leaves nothing out in terms of relative to what they're doing now. what they did in the current term in terms of spending. But it does leave out additional funding for maintaining tuition, freezing tuition, and one other thing, right, Mr. Landrigan? The work thing, was that?
I think the workforce credentials could be covered in this. I think the Promise program that was part of, that wasn't part of what the governor's appropriation.
And you'll note at the bottom of this, so instead of as currently now in the previous HB2 and in the governor's recommended HB2, what's now captured in this footnote was actually called out in an HB2, and Mr. Landrigan felt it'd be cleaner to just incorporate it right here. This is the continuation of the dual and concurrent enrollment program, flat funded with this current biennium, as we agreed in education funding and in the whole full house. And similarly with the math learning communities, same thing, $200,000 per year. Representative, well, first of all, let me make sure I've explained that completely. Yeah, okay. Representative.
Can you just point me to the line you're looking at? I'm having a little hard time following along.
Sure, you mean in terms of the footnote? Right down at the bottom where it says add additional footnote?
I was on the wrong page, sorry.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I didn't give you the number. Page 5.
If I may,
Hold on one second, let everybody catch up. Representative Luna.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So, excuse me. So just to clarify, my understanding of this is really just to memorialize in the budget work the changes the funding committee made to the dual and concurrent enrollment money, reducing it from 3 million to 2.5, and then again for the math learning communities from 250 to 200.
250 in the second year to
Yeah,
200.
to
Correct.
200. So it does not affect the appropriation used to hold tuition stable.
Well, as you see, it did not. If it's flat funding, however, if you recall that, well, you may not recall, but I think you said the same thing in the funding committee as well, that they needed additional funds to do a tuition freeze. So
Right. So this is flat funding the community college system to FY25.
24, 25, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So the reduction here of 1.2 in the first year and 2.8 in the second year would cut in deeper than just the reductions to the dual and concurrent enrollment and to the math communities, but it would cut into most likely the money that would have been used to hold tuition flat.
Right. It would not cut into the dual and concurrent. Well, yes, you're right. To the five.
No, it cuts into to the extent that we reduced it.
Right. You're looking relative to the governor, right?
Right.
Okay. Yes.
Right.
Yep.
So we would likely be seeing a rise in, or I shouldn't say likely. We could. The money is not there to hold tuition flat.
To guarantee that they would hold it flat.
Correct.
That's right.
Correct. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Representative Popovich.
Thank you. Most of what I was going to say was already brought up by my colleagues, so thank you for that. The only thing I would like to clarify is, when we use the word cut, we are keeping the budget flat. So technically, we are not cutting anything from the current budget. We are reducing the amount the governor proposed. And yes, because we are keeping it flat instead of increasing it, there may be a possibility that the college may need to raise tuition if they cannot find the funds somewhere else to manage to keep the tuition flat. So,
Chairman Weiler.
Did we inquire at all as to enrollment? Is it declining? Because that demographic group is also declining in numbers, so they may be having smaller classes or fewer students. Did we discuss that at all and get any numbers?
Couldn't give you numbers off the top of my head, but I don't believe it's declining. I think this is one of the more successful programs that we've been supporting for the last few years.
Thank you.
And in fact, I think what I've heard from the NHTI president yesterday is that their workforce training programs are on a rapid rise right now.
Representative Popovich?
And I forgot to shoehorn in my previous statement the reminder that the community college system of New Hampshire is very, very much at the top of the list in terms of if we can find some new money to put in, those would be the programs where we'd like to put new money in if we can find any. So I'm not going to comment on the odds of that, but they are right there at the top of the list.
Representative Luno?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we were to not cut into the amount of money for the tuition hold, how much would that increase the over and above the $68 million that's in here now?
My recollection, and it's a little bit weird the way this has happened, there's actually three numbers. You'd think there'd be two, but there's three, and I can't explain why. But I think to freeze the first, so it's 1.4 million, 1.4 million and 1.3 million, and I think for whatever reason, the first year one is 2.8 million, and the next one is 1.3 million.
2.8.
It's a very unusual set of numbers.
If I may, Mr. Chair, so
Yeah, sure.
their handout, the system's handout did designate 1.4 million in fiscal 26 and 3 million in fiscal 27 attributable to a tuition freeze.
Okay.
Would we? And I totally understand your position with respect to keeping it flat, but keeping that flat probably didn't cut out all of that tuition hold money, or maybe it did. But if it didn't, how much above the 68 million would be needed to preserve the, and I forgot the two figures you said, 1.4 and 3?
I would guess 1.4 for the first year.
So it actually does cut out all of every dollar from the tuition hold.
Well, it's 1 at least, yeah.
I would hazard yes, but I can't say absolutely 100%
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
I think that's part of their decision making, right? If they're down 1.4, they could try to cut elsewhere and keep tuition flat, or they raise tuition. So I think that's part of their decision making.
And do remember this: although we're taking votes, these are recommendations. These are not frozen until we actually get to budget time. This is a recommendation to what we're putting into HB2 and HB1, basically. So until we actually get to the point of voting on that.
Right. Yeah.
And I have told the school that this is, as Representative Popovich indicated, this is our top priority too, as far as education goes.
No, that's good. The reason I'm poking on this, Mr. Chair, is because if the governor's recommended amount, and I'm just looking at FY26 just for the conversation, but if 69.2 included the 1.4 for tuition hold, and we're reducing that by 1.2, presumably 500,000 of that would have been the dual and concurrent, and 50K of that, so it's
Zero
of that was for math. So 500,000 of the 1.2 was for dual and concurrent. Then you've still got like 700,000 in there.
Yeah. I'm going to have you negotiate with them.
Towards the one, but towards the 1.4.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
You're right.
So if you wanted to restore the full 1.4, would that be an increase of approximately 700,000 over? I mean,
Given where we both
Yeah.
attended, that's probably right, but I can't guarantee it.
okay. Yeah, but I'm hoping finance would also see that holding tuition flat as it has done for the last 5
It's very important.
5 years.
I
think
can't speak to the term, but yes.
It's been significant. I think it's been 5 years. Yeah. So that would continue to be a priority for the legislature as it is for the community college system.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Representative Weiler? Was it Chairman Weiler? Representative Murray.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to go backwards somewhere. I took a wrong turn. In the budget, 2025, it was a 63 million, and the recommendation from the governors we have here is 66 million. Can we go back to connect these dots for me?
So this is one of the things Mickey's trying to do, or Mr. Lanigan's trying to do. So you'll notice that in this amendment, the footnote captures the $2,500, $2.5 million each year for the dual and concurrent, and it captures the 200,000 each year for the math learning. Well, in the current biennium, and in actually previous ones, HB2 captured those, so you wouldn't see it in your HB1. This is why Mr. Lanigan suggested that we try to put it all in one place. So next cycle, when we're looking at it, we'll see the whole picture here. What this is doing is making it clear that we as a legislature want, of this total budget amount that we're providing, we want the $2.5 million each year to go to the dual and concurrent, and the 200,000 each year to go to the other. And this way, if somebody looks at the single page, they'll know that, as opposed to they look at the budget and they go, huh, what's going on here?
Okay, so these are funds that are added, that we're adding in.
That were also added in the current biennium as well. They just showed up in it, not on this page, but in your HB2.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other? Representative Hacken Phillips?
I'm just adding that I believe this was what we discussed when the CCSNH folks were here. This was like part of their presentation about changing the HB1, HB2 situation. So I don't think it's, now that we're all caught up to speed, I think I'm more comfortable with what we're talking about. Thank you.
Great. Any further discussion? Do I have a motion? And a second? Representative Popovich? All right. Whenever you're, any further discussion? Oh, hands, that's right. Yeah, hands. Yeah, never mind. Thank you. All right, all in favor? Unanimous. Any opposed? Beautiful. 8-0, whenever you're ready, Madam Clerk. And look at that. We even have some bonus time.
Can I just point out one thing real quick?
Of course.
So what I'll do with this is, if you go to page 3 of the tracking sheet, and you get to lines 23 and 25, which are two bills that we essentially retained the money portion of it. You just took care of that with that amendment. So what I'll do is I will kind of shade those off so you kind of know you took care of those, and I'll figure out how I want to present over in the columns with the dollars. So you've kind of checked a few things off there, which is good.
So, if I may, I appreciate the notice that we took care of them, but since we may want to revisit them, is there any need for us to have a little tracking sheet with priorities, or do we just know what our priorities are, whatever is more productive? Because, again, that's where I would like to restore some of the funding if we could. Do we need to track that separately, or can we just worry about it if we find some new money in the couch somewhere?
So is your question, if you get to the end of all your decisions and you overshot, where would you add back, or?
The hope was that if we can find any place to shake some money loose from, we'd like to put it here. So I didn't know whether we need to track that in a separate, I don't want to create more work for you. I think we are close enough to the end of the budget process, nobody's going to forget.
Yeah, and I would say with this only being a couple pages, everything will still be on here, so it should be in front of everyone if you want to revisit
So
it.
it's still as agreed, and we can just reconsider if we think so.
You just need to remember it.
So
Bring it
going
up.
to, I'll point out on page 4 of the tracking sheet, we actually have something to report here, because yesterday, if you recall, we made a couple of votes. So what you just did with community college system will be on here. So everything you've done, you can always look back and revisit it if you just find yourself in a different situation later in the process, which the process is only a week. You only have a week left. So
Okay. Any other discussion?
Can we
Yeah.
keep track,
Representative
thank
Murray.
you, sorry, of how close we are to hitting our goal in terms of, I keep getting asked, it would be nice to have sort of a bit of an update. If you can keep us updated a little bit on what progress we're, or regressive for some of us, maybe.
So I should maybe have a better answer to that tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. Right now, I mean, we're still miles away. A big part of this is depending on lottery, unfortunately, and UNH also, unfortunately. So yeah, it's
Thanks.
some distance, but I'll try to give you more information tomorrow to the extent that I have it. Anything else? All right.
Oh,
You
Mr. Chair,
back
I wanted
here.
to let you know that this afternoon, my invitation to the vice chair of the Enhanced 911 Commission was up all night with an emergency, and he's unable to join us this afternoon, but I'm bringing some information that he had
Okay, so you could speak to
on
it.
his behalf. Yes.
Perfect.
To
Okay.
the best of my ability.
Okay. Great. So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock as per the schedule. All right, it being 1:05, I will call the Finance Division 2 meeting to order, or a work session to order. And I want to apologize to the committee and everybody for my being late. The good commissioner here was trying to help me with an issue unrelated to this, but related to a constituent service, and I've been very frustrated about it over the last few months. So, Mr. Landrigan, should we bring forth the Commissioner of Safety first? Okay, please. So please, welcome, but yeah, whoever wants to come up from the commission, from the Safety Commission is fine. Do you want to lead us off in terms of ordering, or?
I think the department has a plan.
Department has a plan. Okay, perfect. Love that.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chairman Erf, members of the committee. I'm Amy Newberry, Director of the Administration at the Department of Safety. And Mr. Landrigan reached out to me last Friday with a list of items that you wanted us to either talk about, revisit, discuss with you today. So I put together an agenda today based on the folks from the department that I had available and the subject matter experts. So if you want to kind of move this agenda around, feel free to tell me. But I think what I want to do is just go through what I have in mind and the attachments you have. Many of these you've received previously electronically, but regardless, I put it together in a packet for you today. So I just want to go through the agenda and then I'll invite folks up. So I thought we'd start with the Division of Emergency Services and Communication. They have an HB2 item that you wanted to discuss. This is Assistant Directors Robert Lucier and Timothy Scott. Then we'll jump right into the Division of Motor Vehicles. That's Director John Marasco and Assistant Director Jennifer Bailey. So they're going to talk about a few things today. So they're going to talk about agency expenditures related to inspections and potential impacts of HB 649. Initial driver license fees. So that was a discussion. I'm not sure if you still have questions about that. That was where the money went to and what were the impacts if it was redirected to the general funds. That initial driver's license fee goes to driver's education. So if that was redirected to the general funds, that would increase our cost of collections, but they'll answer more questions about that.
Excuse me just a moment. So just to understand where we are here. What's your position?
Director of Administration.
The director has an understanding of the actual items that we need to address in particular. So you're able to tie your discussion to the individual items, and Mr. Landrigan, if necessary, can point us to them so we know where they are in our documentation separate from yours so we can put the two together. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You had some follow-up questions regarding HB2. This was expanding language to include authorized agent. So in your packet, you also have some language I put together. I had referenced last time I was here, RSA 260 subsection 15. So this was about authorized agent. This was the fire fund conversation, which we wanted to add authorized agent. Oh, so let me see. 1,
So where are you in your
2,
documentation?
3, 4. The 6th page in. So it's referencing
Counting the agenda page?
on the under Division of Motor Vehicles. Expanding language to include authorized agent.
So Mr. Chair, Director Newberry is just giving you an overview of what we're going to talk about today. We're gonna dive into each
Oh,
of
yes,
these.
each
So-
of these.
So I don't think you need to go through everything quite yet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay,
Each of these items you're going to hear more about. I'm just giving you the overview of
Okay.
what each of the divisions are going to talk about.
all right. So right
Okay.
now you're just going through the agenda.
Yep, just the agenda.
All right, thank you.
So you're going to hear, again, you'll hear more about this. This was the authorized agent language. In your packet, you will find, again, this RSA that I've referenced before. I wanted to include it for you today. Again, the Division of Motor Vehicles is going to get back to this and reference this RSA. When I had come to visited with you earlier a few weeks ago, I didn't pull this language for you. So I wanted you to have it today when the division talks about it. Because we do use authorized agents now. We just don't have that consistent language for our federal partners. So we just want to make that consistent. Again, they'll refer to that when they speak with you. And then the fee discussion, which I think will be the majority of our time today. In your packet, you'll find the current fees and proposed fees for your conversation. And then lastly, I'll be back up here with the commissioner and we'll talk about some other items that you wanted to discuss, to include Northern Border Alliance, Northern Shield, and some other group two, the policy and planning position. I included the SJD. I didn't have that for you before, and the SJD for the hazardous material response coordinator. That was a position at the fire marshal's office. You've seen it before, but I included it again. And then anything else you can think of, we'll be here to answer some questions about. So we'll get, if that's it, we'll get started with the Division of Emergency Services and Communications.
Whenever you're ready, please introduce yourselves. And
Good afternoon, Tim Scott, Assistant Director on technical side.
Good afternoon, Robert Lucier, Assistant Director on the admin PSAP operations side.
I believe we have prepared kind of a formal response to the question that came up about the proposed language change for HB2. And I'm not sure if you want me to go through that or if you just want to ask questions about the statement that we prepared, which
Representative Hackenfeldt, I'll put this in your court if you want to take the lead.
Sure, we'll hear what you have to present. That's great.
So I
Thank you.
believe this is section, where is it here? It's page 60. I don't know where it is in there, but it's page 63 of HB2 as introduced, section number 149, line 14, if I'm not
this is
mistaken.
the page memorandum in the packet that we just handed out. So it just describes the overall general use of the radio system and how it does link both directly and indirectly to 911 and how it's used to, transport 911 calls themselves as well as other functions. So happy to discuss. I should discuss more about how that works. Or okay. Oh, sure. Sorry. So the radio system itself is a kind of a robust 47 site radio system. It does multiple things, but to get to, I think one of the hearts of the questions I was asked to answer is it does actually connect our PSAPs and does actually transport 911 calls at the heart of it. It does a bunch of other functions as well. It does Motorola radio networks. Currently, right now, it supports state police radios. It supports Grafton County Sheriff radios. And there's plans within the next year to year and a half to support 4 other county sheriffs' radio systems. That system also supplies backup telephones to dispatch centers and emergency communication centers for 911 calls when their primary phone system is down, as well as delivers data to some of those emergency communication centers as well. So that's a high-level overview of everything the system does. It's multiple levels and it can get in depth, but that's high level the functions it performs.
Do you want to take it from here?
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. So I've had several conversations, probably in the last, 3 weeks time. And most recently, yesterday, I connected with the vice chair of the Enhanced 911 System, Doug Hackett, from about my concerns with this policy change. I know that this division has spent a lot of time talking about dedicated funds and the proper use of those funds. And when we felt appropriate to expand what funds could be used for, for instance, I'm just thinking back to yesterday's discussion with Fish and Game about the pheasant fund and how we decided appropriate use of funds is not just to buy the pheasants, but also to maintain them while they're growing and then to distribute the pheasants. But it's all related and we're okay with the expansion of the funds for that purpose. I think my concern about the addition of the state radio communication systems to codify that change under law is probably not the appropriate use of this fund. So I appreciate the Department of Safety and, you know, their need to help with their budgeting concerns in 2012. And then, you know, again in 16 or 18 and moving forward in time. But if you look at the original purpose of the Enhanced 911 system under RSA 106-H, it does not include operational costs for the Department of Safety's radio communications system. So that RSA has been shared with you today in your packet, so that you can see for yourself when the legislature established the system, they did not contemplate supporting the Department of Safety's radio communications. So they are asking us now to change our policy position on this issue. And the reason why I'm diving into this is because it hasn't gone before a policy committee. This change has never been put forth to the legislature to ask if this is something we can do. So other than through budget deliberations. So when I look at the Department of Safety's budget analysis screenshot that's also on this page, I'm looking at the specific line items for the communications section, which has fluctuated from 1.59 million to 2.75 million from, you know, just the last few years. So we're talking about a considerable chunk of their annual funds budget. And my concern is that if it was never intended to be a part of this fund and it's draining considerable amount of its balance every year for this questionably use. And we're concerned about the solvency of our dedicated funds. I think it's worth having a discussion about whether that's an appropriate use and whether or not we're willing to make the change. I think the real question here is, if we know that the E911 fund is now essentially insolvent through the biennium, that, you know, they're contemplating a change, like an increase of the surcharge. So if you're not familiar, everybody's phone gets charged for E911 or for 911 dispatch fees essentially, and that goes into this fund. And so now the question is, can these funds that are, you know, by law supposed to be used for the interests of the state's citizens to be served by a coordinated statewide enhanced 911 system for the telephones, to develop and improve emergency communication procedures, facilities with the objective of reducing the response time to emergency calls for law enforcement, fire, medical, rescue, and other emergency services. If we know that they're contemplating raising this fee to make the fund solvent, part of the reason why it's insolvent is because we're spending about $2 million a year supporting the state radio communications, which, yes, there is some nexus to emergency services. The state troopers have to be alerted through their vehicles, you know, to get to these places. But I think it's important to understand that, you know, each one of our states' dispatch systems across their regions have separate line items for their emergency or their surcharge funds and their local dispatch radio systems. They're not able to tap into their funds to use for radio communications. Like the Hanover Police Department has its own dispatch, and they have their own surcharge funds that go to those specific like enhanced 911 systems, but they don't also pay for radio. So by extending this privilege to the state safety department to pay for their equipment is something that the localities are not able to do. So long story short, I think it's worth the public acknowledging that there has been a history of our state using enhanced 911 funds to float operational costs for our state safety department for radio communications that probably was not totally kosher. And if we are okay with that, then I think you should accept, the language in HB2. But I know that this committee has spent time thinking about the importance of keeping dedicated funds for their dedicated uses and trying to find solutions when funds are insolvent. And I think this is worthy of continued conversation.
Thank you. So you don't have a direct question for them? So, because I'm going to pose one if you don't.
Well, I think it's more for the committee to contemplate
Okay.
whether or not they are willing to support that change.
Well, before we do that, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you all a question. First of all, do you agree with any part of that? And secondly, to maybe make the answer to that a little bit easier, one of the things we're looking at today, as I'm sure you're aware, is increasing fees. The idea being, I really want, and I think we really want, to make the safety department solvent. And in light of that, would it make sense to have a different account that accounts for the components the representative is speaking of separately from the E911 fund, 911 fund? If you want to maybe respond to that.
Sure. I think over 25 years ago, when the 911 was first established, technologies and the way that we communicate and have implemented redundancies in the system have changed. Before it was one PSAP location at 33 Hazen Drive. Then we opened up a second PSAP location in Laconia. And we did not have any of the redundancies in place. Now I can remember, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, we had a motor vehicle accident, and it hit a telephone pole, and one telephone pole was the source of 2 egress lines coming into the PSAP. It literally shut down PSAP operations. If we didn't have the microwave link between Concord and Laconia, we would not have been able to accept 911 calls. We have other redundancies in place too for when the system fails, but that is just one example of how vital the microwave communication system is to 911.
And the only thing that I thought of when you were talking about especially Hanover Dispatch is I have quarterly meetings with all of the ECCs who are welcome to come, and we do a lot of work to make sure that we extend services to them. I know Doug Hackett is currently looking to get money to join our Corps. I spoke to him last week. It's going to save him over $200,000 in motor oil fees by joining our Corps versus him purchasing his own Corps. That's why the other counties are joining. And, I've been in this role for just over a year, and one of my focuses has been to extend the services we have out to those local dispatch centers as much as possible to include them, because they are part of the chain of service for a 911 call all the way down to the person who is responding to that person in need of help. So,
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here and answering questions. So you mentioned $200,000 in potential savings to the Hanover Police Department for the operation of their dispatch. What would be the matching expenditure on the state side for letting them join? I'm looking to see whether, what's the net impact of these type of changes?
yeah, it's actually the Corps we have can support the entire state should every dispatch center want to join our Corps. So there is, other than supporting more agencies if they're having outages, there's no material cost to the system increase.
Okay, so you've responded how, as I understand it, the benefits to the 911 system. I guess my question relates to, so am I incorrect in understanding that this radio system is the state police radio system? That's a big part of its focus?
So originally, I think that was the focus of the system, and it became, as part of the, I believe, 2014 audit, it became this is this going to be the state radio system. And like I said, one of my focuses has been to make this a radio system for every agency out there that wishes to join, and it saves costs and it improves interoperability by letting other agencies have access to channels in their dispatch centers.
So anybody can talk to anybody on this?
So Grafton County is a member of our core. They can, in the dispatch, jump on state police channels, and so it improved interoperability between Grafton County and between the state. Hanover, one of the big reasons Doug wants to join is that interoperability piece, so he can have access to other channels in his dispatch center.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, and thanks for being here. I think we're all real happy with the work you do, especially any of us who have had to call 911. I think for me, and perhaps I'm misunderstanding, the question is whether it's an appropriate use of the 911 fund. And do we need to discuss a change to, what was read to us here, of using that money for other situations? To me, that seems to me to be the root of the problem, or the root of the issue, was the appropriateness of using this money for that. And I think I would be interested to hear your comments on that, or it explained to me if I'm misunderstanding here.
I can speak on the federal level. I don't want to speak onto the local state laws that were quoted, but on the federal level, a radio system as part of a dispatch is allowable use of 911 funds. My goal is to make it as equitable as possible across the state so that we're benefiting everyone, not just state police. And that's what we're working pretty aggressively towards.
Chairman Weiler?
No, I think we all appreciate the fact of the redundancy being added and the intercommunications being added. I was here when we first had just one location, then when we supported their second location, and it didn't get manned for, I think, a period of time before they manned both locations. They would just kind of, well, if something happens in this, we'll all drive up to Laconia. Yeah, but have we increased the E911 that goes on the phone bills? And does it go on every phone bill? Does it go on the cell phones? Does it go on every phone? Or is it restricted?
No, it's on all phones.
But did we even tell the people that were paying this, was anything went out from the phone company saying, we've improved the service, we need a little more money? Is it the same charge over the years, or how often has we increased the E911 service charge?
One moment, sir.
There would be an expectation that if the service kept improving and more interoperability, that it would be reflected in my bill. It would tell me why it was increasing. It would give me an explanation, maybe a whole page from the phone bill, telling, here's what we've done for you. Things are much better now, but you're going to pay a little more.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the telephone providers communicate to their customers, but we've gone through the process of initiating the request through the Public Utilities Commission, and the PUC is communicating with all of the telephone providers.
So we're supposed to be representing the people and letting them know when all this happens. I've never seen anything in any phone bill, and I pay several of them, to show, okay, we're improving 911, your charges are going up. As far as I know, it hasn't gone up. But if you're going to spend all this much more money, where are we going to get it from? We might get support from the public that would give us the support as well, if they were told how much better this system was than it's from its inception. And nobody had any arguments about it then. They didn't realize how much more is involved in the interoperability than it was before. And working on the county budget as well, lots of times the county wasn't talking to some of the other, and of course what we saw in the assassination attempt on the president was there was 3 or 4 police forces that didn't communicate with each other. We're all in shock about that. So the public expects there's interoperability, I think, from that event, and wondered why there wasn't. And you could kind of use that example of, we don't want that to happen in our state. We want all the police people that are in this emergency services to be able to talk to each other. Therefore, your E911 is going to, otherwise, you don't have the money in this fund to pay for all this because most of us didn't even realize that this was paying for the radio system. I don't remember it in any previous budget discussion, so don't throw this all out as a shock like you're keeping it secret. I mean, the public has to know about it, and then they come to us and say, oh, this is great. Or where the hell did this increase come from? So we're all in this together. We all want to know what's going on. We all want to know how we can communicate to our people. I support this interoperability. I support the backups and all that stuff. But, you know, when you come to us all of a sudden and say, oh, we need another few $1 million, we're already scraping the cut budget. So it's difficult. But if we could rationalize the increase in the E911 charge, because I know there's probably more phones out there than when this whole system started, it will spread it out further. But anyway, communication is important not only in your business but in ours. So, thank you.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for your thoughts. To build on what you were just saying, I wanted to draw the division's attention to the last part of the 3 little handouts I included, which is the Enhanced 911 Commission meeting minutes from September 13, 2024. And it's the discussion about the surcharge rates and whether or not to ask for that PUC increase to $1 was affirmed on the page 5, but you can see the deliberations from page 3 to page 5 about, you know, the need for the fund to be made solvent and current charges, and then the increase. So as I spoke to Mr. Hackett yesterday, I understand the PUC did approve the rate increase for the 911 surcharge. So I think we will be seeing that shortly. But I think just to touch on a couple other points, when you spend $2 million a year out of this fund that may or may not be appropriate under state law, you are sacrificing the need to spend that $2 million on other emergency services that would be used under this fund. So I just want to be clear that when you divert funds for another use, that means that is that much less that can be used for the appropriate funds that are needed for across the state for E911. So while I understand the importance of state radio communications and the critical part they play with E911, I think that this is really a matter of accounting. I want to be able to continue to support the department's, you know, radio communication systems as is needed. But I think that this is not the appropriate place for that to show up in our funding mechanism for the emergency systems. And I am so sorry that I am unable to provide better background of why that is a critical need, other than to say it is my understanding that the dispatch system, as it is a nexus with our emergency systems across the state, is a telephone system. So when E911 comes in across the state, my understanding is that it goes into the state 911 initial office. And then after they troubleshoot where the person is located, they connect to the more regional 911 dispatches by telephone. So again, that's not a radio need yet. So when those regional offices are then contacted and more of the problem, you know, troubleshooting takes place and they realize law enforcement needs to be involved, that's when the nexus happens. So where radio communications could be involved. So again, I think it's critical to realize that while it is a piece of the law enforcement in emergency responses and part of public safety, that really we're talking about a radio communication system that is also used for non-emergency purposes that have nothing to do with the original purpose of this fund. So, you know, I am definitely supportive of continuing, you know, a solvent fund and continuing police communications. I just don't think that this is the perfect solution for how we do that. And I understand this is a difficult budget crisis, but, you know, there are other departments in our state that have critical services to public well-being that are not able to tap dedicated funds for their operational needs. And by opening the door to this, potentially codifying a practice that may have been outside the line of what our legislature has permitted, could open the door for other departments to do the same thing. And that's really what I'm concerned with as a Division 2 member, is that, I'm happy to support all of our state's needs where it's appropriate, but I don't want to open the door for another agency to repeat this kind of behavior if I know that's not what these dedicated funds are set up to do.
So I don't think we need to vote on this today. I guess my question would be, do you have enough information from the department to perhaps come forward tomorrow with a suggestion as to the direction you feel we should move in?
Well, I'm happy to speak with whomever believes they have a solution. But part of my need to bring this up is that I understand not only our state, but like the people in the room. We have a right to know that this has been happening, and that, it is our responsibility to either, bless it or to try to correct it. And so I look forward to, the leadership of our state's legislature to, either making this right in a way that they feel is appropriate for, setting precedent for the future, or, trying to find a way to make this work within the governor's proposal.
So maybe I could ask you folks, and tell me if you're the wrong part of the department to ask this question to. But let's say we do not want to make this amendment. We'd rather fund it out of general funds, or safety funds, highway funds, as appropriate. Would you be the gentleman that would help us understand where that funding should be placed in terms of your accounts? Or is that somebody further behind you that will come up at a later point in time that could perhaps give that answer?
So we are self-funded. We have
Who's we?
desk, emergency services and communications, sir.
911.
Yeah, 911. 911 is,
Well, hold on a second though. So I get that. That's this fund we're talking about, correct?
correct.
Yeah, okay. So I believe what I'm hearing from Representative Hagan Phillips here is that she doesn't believe that should be part of the 911 budget. That you have the 911 system running off of the dedicated fund, and then you have the whole Department of Safety behind you or around you, whatever, however the case may be. And is there somewhere, and then maybe, again, maybe the wrong person to ask, that we could put in the funding to handle this extra, whatever this is, if you can allocate the funding appropriately, so that it comes from a different part of the budget, safety budget.
That would not be me.
Okay.
So I tried to answer Representative Hacken Phillips' question, and I was unable to at the level that Tim can as an IT manager. I think just while Tim's here, I think there's really two major questions that have been posed. Is it an appropriate use of funds? That's one question. And then two is when we explain the 911 system, which originates with a phone call and is transmitted, I would just like to make sure Tim can make sure that everyone understands the importance of that radio system, how it benefits the entire state, and where the radio system supports 911. And without it, what could be like the unintended consequences. I think just at a technical point, like how that expands, that the entire state benefits from this. And with our state police dispatch, I just think it's clear to, to understand that that's separate. So that is not in this discussion. So we have a state police dispatch, and you understand that they're budgeted separately from this. This is
Well, I guess I don't understand that.
Well,
So
that's-
let me just ask the question, then you can correct me where I'm going wrong here. So it sounds like the state police also use this same radio system for things that are not related to 911, like to communicate with each other.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I guess that I believe, and I'm sure Representative Hackett will correct me if I'm mistaken here, that piece. So you say the radio system is very important to 911, for sure. I get that. On the other hand, the radio system is also very important to other uses of the safety department.
Other law enforcement across the state. for interoperability and for,
Right.
yes.
And if there's some way to allocate those pieces so that the part that's that's directed specifically to the Department of Safety, the police, could be funded.
Sure, yeah, I mean, we're happy to, obviously, we'll to enter into the discussions, but with the funding that is there in the 911 fund that you're contemplating, I just want to make sure Tim can explain to you technically how that radio system, those 47 sites that we manage, what other state agencies use those, and how it's beneficial to the 911 system itself, which is Representative Hacken Phillips explained, is mainly, with the phone system. So just,
Yeah,
if
no.
that's okay with you, before he leaves.
Okay. No, thank you, Commissioner. So, as the Commissioner was saying, what I'm hearing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, kind of two different questions, which is radio an okay expenditure in general, which I don't want to kind of go into that, but, this system supports not just state police, it supports, even if you're not connected to the core, one of the things that our radio group does is produce what's called a code plug, which is a list of every frequency in the state, and any law enforcement officer, any firefighter in the state can jump on to state police frequencies if there's no other frequency available. So it's part of the interoperability, which was mentioned as well. So it's the radio system itself and the other radio systems are very much a cooperative arrangement across the state where agencies share frequencies, agencies share uses. And so that's something I think that we do all the time. And how that is important to 911 is obviously, we don't want to just get the call to a dispatch center. We want to take the call. We're gonna perform emergency medical dispatching if it's a medical call. If it's not a medical call, we're gonna make sure that we have the location of the person correct, and we want to make sure that the communication works all the way down to the person responding. Now, the system in general, how that helps is it can deliver that data. It can deliver map data. It can deliver location data to an ECC if that path is available. It's not available everywhere, but where it is, we use it. We can deliver phone calls. So when we call the dispatch center, if their phone is down, we have a backup phone at every emergency communication center. Several of those already have been converted over to use the microwave. And this system, in my opinion, for all the redundancies that Director Lucy was talking about, it's becoming more important because everything we do is media diversity, carrier diversity when it comes to delivering data. So what that means is I want to have different paths to get the information I need to get to where it needs to go. And I want to go on different wires, different telephone poles, or over the air if I can. And this system is robust and it's available to move phones, data, maps, and radio signals all over the state.
So I think we understand that, and that's wonderful. But that's not the question that we're asking. The question we're asking is, yes, it does that, and we appreciate that, and that's all part of the 911 system. But that same radio system has other uses as well outside of the 911 system. So therefore, the sense is that perhaps the 911 system funding shouldn't be paying for the whole thing, that some of it should be coming from another part of the budget. That's really the only question that we're asking.
And I think that's like more of a New Hampshire model. Rest of the country, these things are more tightly integrated than they are here in New Hampshire. So I'm kind of more speaking from the model and what's at the federal level allowed.
Chairman Weiler?
This department has to deal with so many sources of funds that keeps her very busy and him very busy. They've got highway funds, they've got turnpike funds, they've got other, motor vehicle funds and all this thing. So yeah, I agree. It shouldn't all, this surcharge, which from what Representative Hacken Phillips says, has probably been, some surcharge has been approved. And, I look at my phone bill, half the bill is taxes, surcharges, this and that. It's unbelievable, all the things that are added to the phone bill. So it's no surprise, but they can deal with it. They can figure out and come back to you how much important this radio system is to E911, how much it is to the regular function of the state police, sure, and et cetera, and come up with a program of how much of this radio system will be supported by the E911 surcharge, how much by the regular places where the state police gets mixed funds, highway and turnpike and so on.
and I don't want to take any more of your time. We're happy to work with you. I know Director Newbury understands what you're looking for. Are there any other options? I think everybody understands the importance of it. It can't fail. The staff that they have to maintain and support it. And I know that there's been really a study to look and see to make sure this continues in, many years to come, the funding source on it. So I think you'll hear more of that in the future. But if that works, sir, I'll put this in Director Newbury's hands.
Mr. Chair, I think that would be really a responsible thing to do. I'd look forward to that proposal. I think the emphasis of why this is so critical is that Mr. Hackett is not here today because there's a server that went down overnight. He explained to me that the Consolidated Communications DNS server failed this morning around 1:30, and he had been up all night to work on that issue. And it shows you the importance of keeping the 911 funds in the fund so that when these systems fail, the money that was intended to repair those systems are still available for those needs. So I'm just saying, I'm happy to help communicate with Director Newbury if there's something I can do, but I do believe an apportionment type model is appropriate under those circumstances, and I appreciate the division's willingness to hear me out about that. Thank you.
And I just have one last question for Representative Hacken Phillips. What would be helpful is you had said that there might be other needs for this $2 million in the 911 system across the state where these funds could be allocated to support the 911. If you could, follow up with what those are, because I'm not sure.
Well, I think, I don't have an explanation of what an immediate need is, but I do know that there was approximately $12 million that used to be in this fund for E911 purposes that is no longer there because we've been supporting the state radio communication system instead.
So just the balance.
I think the reality is anytime you move funds from one account to another, there's going to be less money available for what the original account was intended for.
Okay.
We good on that?
I am. Amy, you good on that? Okay, we're good.
I think so too. All right. And am I calling the director back up to take us to the next phase, or what's? Thank you. Thank you both. Now I know more about the system than I really probably needed to know when I dialed 911. Perfect. No, not Team B, just the other Team A. So tell us who you are and what we're attacking with you all. Attacking, that was probably the bad word. What we're dealing with.
We're ready, sir. We think we are anyway. Mr. Chair, good afternoon, members of the committee. John Marasco, Director of the DMV.
And Jennifer Bailey, Assistant Director of DMV.
So we thought we would start, Mr. Chair, with going through our section of the agenda and maybe touching on some of the items there, and then taking questions for each one, and then systematically going right through what's listed. So the first part of the agenda for us deals with the state inspection and the bill to eliminate state inspections. And if I could just speak to that for a moment as far as the fiscal impact. So the Division of Motor Vehicles, we did file a fiscal impact statement regarding that bill.
Excuse me just one moment.
Oh, sure.
Not director, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is this bill I know what he's talking about. Is this coming to us or?
Second committee, I think, was waived on this one. Yeah, I think House Bill 649 is into the Senate now.
Okay.
So
okay.
It's not
all right. So
ready.
you can give us an overview, but we're not going to be able to do anything about it.
Oh, so it's premature for you. So do you,
I think
want me to?
Sorry, Director, if I may, the reason we pose this question to the department is if the House position is House Bill 649, is there anything we need to look at on the expenditure side of DMV to align with that position? That's what the department is presenting.
Okay, great. Super. Does that make sense? What he's describing?
I think so, yeah.
What's the cost to us, basically?
Yeah, I can give you that. Yeah. So the fiscal note that we did submit actually I think is a bit low and probably overly conservative. our registration supervisor did a nice job of putting it together, but it shows that fiscal year 2026, it would be 1.7 million in decreased revenue. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the fiscal note that was submitted when we responded to the LSR. Yeah. No, it's not. No, I can get you a copy of it though. I can send that to you, sir. Yeah. So
Was that just 26 or was that the total biennial?
so 27 was going to be 3.4 million, 28 was going to be 3.4. But we've got some updated numbers from Gordon Darby, who is the contractor that runs the equipment for the state inspections. And so for last year, 2024, with roughly 1.6 million vehicles that had a safety inspection and passed at the $3.25 mark that the state would lose, you're looking at about $5.2 million yearly in lost revenue to the state if the inspection program were to go away. Additionally, 70,354 vehicles failed on the onboard diagnostics, which would be another 228,000 to the state, and 85,338 failed the safety inspection, which would equal another 277,000. So ultimately, you're right there on the crest of about $6 million a year in lost revenue to the state on the $3.25 piece if we did away with state inspections.
And just so I'm clear, just one moment, how does that relate to the first numbers you gave us, the 1.7 million / 3.4 million?
Yeah, so that basically the fiscal note, the way it's laid out, talks about the fact that it's $3.25 that would the state would receive for each safety inspection, and it says each year over 1 million vehicle registrations are issued that require state motor vehicle inspections. But where it looks like it came up a little short on the fiscal note was actually querying Gordon Darby, which we know would have had to be plugged into a vehicle to conduct the safety inspection. So the numbers that I just got from our assistant registration supervisor, Kathy Dimett, back at the DMV, that just came in via text from Gordon Darby are much more accurate.
Okay, so the bottom line is those numbers are inaccurate, and the true accuracy is about $6 million per year
That's
in
correct,
lost
sir.
revenue.
That's correct.
Perfect, thank you.
You're welcome.
No,
that was my question.
that was your question? Okay. Yeah, Chairman Weiler.
So of this money, how much goes to the contractor for the machinery? How many staff are involved? How many staff would become redundant if this all passes? It seems to be heavily supported by the public, judging from the hundreds of emails I get.
Yeah, that I think one of the things to look at, sir, would be within the Registration Bureau, within the DMV, we have several employees who are assigned to work with inspection stations, dealerships. Currently, we have 1,989 inspection stations throughout the state of New Hampshire. And we have personnel that's their job is to, every 2 years, onboard the inspection stations or renew the inspection stations and to work with them. So that's a fairly sizable part of the Registration Bureau is working with the inspection stations themselves. I'll have to get you the exact number. I don't have it. The exact number. Yeah, you can.
Yeah, there is sorry. The contract with Gordon Darby is a no money contract. They get paid by the inspection stations. So it's no money to the state.
Any other questions on that issue, Representative Popovich?
So just trying to understand, I hear about the revenue losses. We don't seem to hear any hard numbers on the expenditure reductions. Would we be able to get some reasonable estimates, best you can produce on a very, very short notice? Because, on what would be the reduced expenditures that the department would have to achieve because there would be no need to run the program, assuming the bill goes through the Senate and gets signed by the governor, which I'm not going to comment on the likelihood of, but at this point in time, what we have in front of us is a state policy of no more state inspections. So that's all we can talk about at this time, right? So what would be the reductions in costs?
So on that, sir, I know Director Newberry has worked on some information to provide that. So we do have a copy of that, Amy, that can be provided.
Also, if I could just ask a little follow-up to that, is where is this revenue lost on the state side? Is it to the general fund or is it into the highway fund?
So
I think it's on the highway
It's the
fund, highway funds.
Highway fund.
And just to clarify, there is a small portion of general fund too. So of the $3.25 sticker, $2.75 is highway, 25 cents is general fund, and 25 cents is the motor vehicle air pollution fund, which I believe is repealed in that bill.
So to answer your questions about expenses, it looks like there's 8 positions for that program right now. So not all of them we wouldn't reduce by 8 positions because some of those staff do other things, but I think probably 6 of them we'd be able to eliminate. So in that, the reduction would be around 1.5 million, but overall, it'd be a net loss of 2.2 in revenue.
If I may. Did we switch from expenses to revenue?
Yeah, so the expenses, I think we'd be able to save approximately 1.5.
Is that just on the positions themselves and benefits, or are we talking about all the other, equipment and expenses needed for running the programs and so on?
That's positions and benefits only. There certainly would be some savings in like ancillary things, paper and computers. I think over time we'd see some reductions in our fleet, but that wouldn't be immediately. But that would be considered over time. I didn't factor that in because it wouldn't be something we'd see in the biennium, but over time there would be.
What was the $2.2 million figure you?
That was the net loss for revenue.
So.
I'm sorry, the time period I have is different from the one in the fiscal note. So I just looked at, this was pulled, we had our dates.
Well, Director Marasco said $6 million per year loss of revenue, and you said a $1.5 million cost. So that gets me to like 4.5 million in terms of net.
Is the 1.5 biennium or?
Oh, was it 1.5 per year or biennium?
So I looked at so I pulled the positions working in, so I'm doing approximate because I pulled the positions that are currently in there and their current benefits.
No, that's fine.
So-
But is that per year or per biennium, the 1.5 million?
That's biennium, based on the people in the positions right now and what they claim for benefits.
No, that's fine. So 1.5 million per biennium, and if I understand Director Marasco correctly, I understood correctly, not he being correct. $12 million per biennium is the lost revenue. So if I subtract 1.5 from 12, I get 10.5 million. Would be the net loss, but what does that 2.2 million represent? That's what I'm trying to understand.
This is.
Based on her previous understanding of the.
Oh, the 8 point. Why do I have 3?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that is the 3. I was looking at the positions for the biennium. The revenue, I'm sorry, was only for fiscal year 25. Right. So the fiscal, that's the biennium. The biennium is the 8.1.
Mr. Chair,
But still,
can I recommend that I work with the department
Sure.
offline
Yeah,
and put this
sorry.
together? Because we're not going to
Good.
get anywhere
Yeah.
with this. So
Fair enough. Okay. Director, do you want to continue then?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Amy.
Chairman Weil, I'm sorry. Did you want to?
Oh,
Well, what I wanted to comment on was it's basically a self-funded program. But as was pointed out, of the street 25 cents goes to the general fund, 25 cents goes to the air pollution fund. I don't know what they do with that. And it's basically self-funded. What I found was interesting was that people that churned up all the emails we got basically went walking down the street looking for expired stickers and giving them a under their windshield wiper a paper saying, you better call your state rep. Here's who they are if you want to get rid of state inspections. Obviously, It's the lawbreakers that we were hearing from, basically, based upon the fact you're looking for outdated stickers and trying to get them to call us all. It's amazing how many there were. I mean, so whoever's, I think the state police look at the little sticker on the license plate, which is the same thing. If you didn't register your car, you wouldn't have the updated sticker. But it's easier to see that big one on the windshield when you're looking to see whether the car was registered. But I was amazed how many were not registered, that they were able to chin up all the noise we got on email. So, yeah, somebody isn't checking the stickers as much as I thought they were. Thank you.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. I just have two questions. I don't have any particular strong feeling one way or the other here, but I do have two questions just in terms of daily life. One of the complaints that we got had to do with inspection stations that were scamming people. I don't know whether or not they were. I suppose if your car fails, it's natural for you to say, well, it's them, not me. The other thing is, if you have a car that is unfit for the road, do state the state police or whoever sees that your, I don't know, muffler is dragging or whatever it is, if they see an unsafe car, what's the provision for dealing with an unsafe car? Because I don't mind knowing that cars have passed state inspection and they're at least reasonably safe on their own there. So two questions there, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Thank you, Representative. So on the first question, really dealing with predatory inspection stations around the state, one thing that I testified to in the House was the fact that inspection stations are leveraging technology today more than ever. So, for example, Grapponi Mazda right here in the city of Concord, Amanda Mosmer, the owner, was kind enough to allow us to go up for a tour a while back. And if you see if there's a safety inspection taking place, there's actually glass. You can stand there in the waiting area. You can watch the inspection happen. So you can see the mechanic doing the job. And then when the inspection is complete, you actually get a video sent to your phone. And the mechanic will go through with a stick and explain each individual thing that he or she was looking at as part of the inspection, and we'll rate it. And we'll say, this is a green, it's a pass. This is yellow, it's not a problem now, but it could be in the future. This is red, this is a failure, and you'll need to make the repair. So as far as the transparency goes for the state inspection, it's better today than it's ever been. Because more and more stations are going to the technology. The other thing is we've run the complaints. So for the approximately 1.7 million inspections that were conducted here in the state of New Hampshire last year, in calendar year 2024, you had 23 complaints. 23 complaints. And some of those complaints, my understanding is people that said, my vehicle passed the inspection, and I don't think it should have. So we 23 out of 1.7 million, we're doing really, really well. And again, I spoke to the number of failures. So on the safety side, you had 85,338 failed for a safety issue, brakes, tires, things of that nature. But at the end of the day, that's a lot of vehicles. That's a lot of vehicles on the roadway that without the safety inspection, they may not have known that they had a defect or something that was worn. So again, we support the safety inspection program. I think the numbers show that it works, and it's good for public safety, and that's who we represent. So, and the second portion of it. So. Having served in the state police for many years, yes, if a vehicle is unsafe for the roadway and it's something that a police officer sees visibly, bald tires, the muffler is hanging and dragging on the ground, some other missing mirrors, things that are going to be a safety issue that visually you can see, you can certainly either not allow the vehicle to continue down the roadway, you can cite the driver for defective equipment. So there are enforcement mechanisms that law enforcement could take in conjunction with the safety inspection program as a one-year catch-all.
So why don't you continue with your next
yes,
item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. All right. So the next one that's on the list for the agenda is initial driver's license fee discussion. What does this fund? So Assistant Director Bailey and I were talking about it. We've looked it up. It looks like $5 of the license fee. Well, actually the term initial. So we've got a lot of numbers here. We know that we issue well over 330,000 operator licenses alone in a given year. We don't have them broken down into initial licenses. So what we can tell you is the license itself, $5 goes to the driver training fund, and the remainder, it appears, will go to the highway fund. So I don't know if that helps answer the question that anybody had on where the licensing fees go.
Just a question from Mr. Landrigan. That doesn't actually directly impact one of our items, does it?
Nothing that's in House Bill 2 now in any way. I don't know if that fee was included in the list of fee.
Oh,
potential
okay, it may
changes
come
we're
up in that
getting to,
discussion.
yeah.
Okay, well, we can wait for that discussion then. Great, thank you. Continue.
Thank you. And then the last two, and probably the most time-consuming bullets here, expanding language to include authorized agent, and Assistant Director Bailey has advanced knowledge of that. And then the last piece on our agenda is to go through the spreadsheet. So we've got a spreadsheet here. I want to recognize Jen and Melanie for working hard on this spreadsheet to lay out all the different fees currently associated with the DMV, what they are today, and some proposals maybe for you to consider and ways to move forward after, in some cases, 25 years of not taking a look at some of these numbers. So with that, I'll turn authorized agent over to Jen.
And if you haven't already, I assume you'll send that spreadsheet, the actual spreadsheet to Mickey, to Mr. Landrigan.
It's been emailed to the committee
It has.
during lunchtime. I sent it to
And it's
everybody.
different than the one
Yes.
that I would, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's as of late this morning, I think.
Okay, thanks.
It is that one as well, yes. Okay. In regards to the change to RSA 26015, adding authorized agent, the background on this is we have a lot of contracts or MOUs with federal agencies. For example, Department of Defense will request information on males between the ages of 18 and 25 for selective service purposes, where they, in general, they use Mullen Lowe as a data analyst for them. Based on how the law is written currently, Mullen Lowe cannot have access to that data. So adding authorized agent will allow them or other federal agencies to use those other data analysts for that information. And as Melanie stated earlier, it's written in that law for other parts and other agencies, but not for federal agencies. So it's just making that more consistent within that law.
Representative Kate.
Thank you, Keith.
At least you know my first
There
name.
you go. Oh, golly, where was I going? You said Mullen or something. Is this a private agency? Can you speak a little bit more to the private agencies that are involved with doing this? 'Cause
Yeah.
I think that must be the gap that we're missing.
Yeah, so that one I only know because I deal with Department of Defense sends an annual request for this data. However, they have had Mullen Lowe send that request in the past, and we've had to deny them because they are not a federal agency. So upon looking into that, Mullen Lowe is their contracted data analyst that they give the information to, but under the statute, they're not allowed to do that either. So we have not been able to give them data based on knowing this. This will allow them to use that company.
And follow up, how hard is it for you to send the material directly as opposed to sending it through a third agent?
It's not. We do send most of our bulk data are through direct. It just happens to be that some agencies don't have their own data analysts. They use third-party companies. And based on current statute, we can't allow them to use that information.
Representative Roy.
Ladies, I'm concerned about privacy. I don't like a third party coming in and getting this information on our children, on what ages they are. I would think that we would want to keep that tight.
So-
Just my personal opinion.
In response to that, what this does is having it part of the statute is that that authorized agent falls under the privacy guidelines versus Department of Defense maybe getting this information under their name and using that third party company anyways without our knowledge. Having us have the authorized user, and we use it for private companies right now, they have it in law that they can use an authorized agent. This is just adding it for the federal side.
Representative Hackett Phillips.
Mr. Chair, just as a kind of anecdote to Representative DeRoy's concern, perhaps the way that it works now is the best way to protect New Hampshire interests for privacy, that if we're handing off government or information to the federal government and they choose to share it with a subsidiary, that's like between them and their contractor instead of involving the state of New Hampshire sending it to a third party. But if you are comfortable with having the federal government sharing this information with whomever they choose to contract with, then I think, you know, we might want to just keep it the way it is. It depends on how you're feeling.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand the actual practical implications of this language change, right? Because on one hand, obviously, I want to protect the privacy of people, but at this point in time, I seem to understand that if we don't allow an authorized agent and we send it to the feds can then share it with anybody the feds please. While if we adopt this amendment, and we allow the feds to designate an agent, we can send the data to that agent who then gives it to the feds who then can share it with anybody they darn please. So I'm just trying to understand what difference does this make other than a logistical improvement for the department who now doesn't have to go and tell the feds, hey, you cannot ask Joe to do it for you. You got to do it yourself and give it to Joe. Other than that, is there really any change in the privacy? Because I am a privacy hawk, right? I want to protect that data, but I just am struggling to see what difference this makes.
So, sir, that's a great question. In listening to the conversation, I think that the DMV has, there are, whether it's bulk data or third-party vendors that support our towns and cities around the state to do registration transactions, on our behalf, on behalf for all of the residents throughout the state. There's driver privacy involved. There's, in some cases, there is training involved for our municipal agents around the state. We too want to make sure that we safeguard the information. So really, to answer your question, we're already releasing bulk data, but there are contracts for that. There are regulations that surround that. They are beholden to 26014, the Driver Privacy Act. And it appears to me what this will do is, again, for the federal government, what people do with the information after they have it, we can better guide that and capture that when we actually have a nice formalized agreement and language that supports it. So we've already got situations where third parties do have access to information, but we regulate it. And I think this gives us a better chance to regulate it. That's my understanding of it.
Just to make sure I understand it, this language, in your opinion, wouldn't be a negative impact on privacy. If anything, it may be a slight positive impact by allowing you to control a little bit more what the people who get the data do. Again, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I'm genuinely trying to understand exactly what you're saying, so I can vote on this thing.
I think it's a very accurate statement that you just made, sir. It gives us a chance to better monitor and guide where the information goes.
Thank you. I'm all set.
Want to keep going?
Good. Okay, now for the big spreadsheet one. So about 2 weeks ago, Melanie and I were contacted and given, I guess in 2015, this exercise took place as well to look at registration fees. We took it a bit further to see how long ago these fees had since been looked at. And as you can see in the last column, most of them have not been updated in over 25 years. There are a couple changes. In 2006, some of the basic vehicle registration fees were increased, but the remainder of them have not been changed for decades. We have the RSA that all these fees are listed in the first column for you, and we are proposing some fee increases to increase revenue to the state. As you will notice, the first column, agricultural vehicles, a applicant who was applying for this at their town is only paying $3.60 to the state for a year registration. So we are proposing a $12 fee to that, so an $8.40 increase. Agricultural tractor is the same. They're paying $1.80 a year. Do keep in mind there is a slight additional fee at the town level. This is only the state fees that are affected, and the fees listed go to the highway fund. They may have additional fees that are in another statute towards the town. Agricultural vehicles, for example, is $2 to the town, so they may be paying $5.40 for a yearly registration. Continuing down, we have the air compressor, cement mixer. Again, all of these are low cost fees at $6. Antique motorcycles, $2.40. In looking at the proposed fees, I did look at surrounding states to see where we matched up with them. And even at the proposed fees of these $12, $11, we're still well below other states surrounding us, but we didn't want to make a proposal for a wild increase at once. There are a couple that you will see that are labeled per 100 pounds. So on line 11, vehicles between 8,000 pounds and 73,280 pounds are billed at 96 cents per 100 pounds. That was hard to put what an increase would do in, so we pulled the fiscal year 24 revenue on that. So that was $14 million alone for that vehicle class. At only 96 cents per 100 pounds. So if we increase that to $1.04, that's estimated another additional $7 million in revenue right there. Yeah. Continuing down all the different levels of trailers, so increasing those slightly per each category. Again, there is another 60 cent per 100 pound that we pulled the revenue based on that. So 2 million, almost 3 million there. Estimated increased revenue of the fee increase would be $750,000. The only on line 22 motorcycle, that is listed at $16 and then increase we're proposing $30. Correct that on your sheet to be 29 because $1 of that fee does go to the Motorcycle Safety Foundation. So that'll bring the increased revenue to $1,222,429 versus the $1.3 million listed there. Yeah. Continuing down, lines 26 through 39 are going to be those of your dealer plates. So all the different types of dealers, whether they're manufacturer, wholesale, recycling, motorcycle, transporter, those they get billed per their first dealer plate has one fee, and then each additional fee based on the size of their dealership gets additional. So we are proposing some slight fees on some of those to increase what they're paying for their dealer plates. Line 41, we now go into certificate of titles, transfers of titles, duplicate title. Those are all slated at $25 per issuance right now. Surrounding states charge between $35 and $75. So we are requesting a fee increase up to $35, putting us more in line with our neighbors.
Could I just
Yeah.
jump in for 1 second as Jen continues through this? I just want to give this a little bit of context. My understanding of the exercise too is to look at where we are today and look at what hasn't been addressed or maybe considered for a long period of time. So when we have this column here, proposed fee, I don't want to leave the impression that the DMV is saying that these are the fees that we should be going to. What I want to make sure you understand is that we've been asked to maybe assign a potential figure for you to look at as elected officials to determine if you think that that figure should rise or it is in line with other states. So I just want to make sure I make that clear that some of these numbers that are put in that yellow column are there as a starting point to give you, and there are some, like when we get to, if we talk about license plates, cost of production, Jen's got all the mailing information. So there are expenditures that go along with some of these that we could talk about, but I just want to let you know that these figures here are a starting point for your consideration.
We will take the heat. I will personally take the heat.
Very good.
I can give you the total. It's about $40 million exclusive of the boating fees.
Yes. Yep. The second page, we go into the boat fees. So there's state fees that are collected by the state, which are in that current fee column. There are additional fees that get charged, like your milfoil fee, there's a bunch of different decal fees. So we did not include that. It's a simple $24, but we are proposing a $10 increase to those fees to bring in additional monies. You are correct, Representative Irv, that the total of up to line 51 does total about $40 million. And then Melanie and I took it further and then looked at licensing fees. Surprisingly, even though these have not been updated in over 25 years, looking at surrounding states, we are pretty close to other states in these fees. So we're proposing this, and you guys certainly may, a lot of increased fees on this section. Where we are requesting fees are going to be a couple specific areas. So lines 56 and 57 are replacement licenses for address change and upgrade to Real ID outside of a renewal. We charge $3 for that currently. As of January 1 of the 2025, we implemented a new licensing distribution system where we're now paying $4.10 per card produced. So $3 isn't even making up that cost. That's not even including postage that we may spend, which the Driver Licensing Bureau annually spends about $436,000 in postage a year. So we're proposing an increase to $10 on that. Another area that we are requesting, proposing an increase is the non-driver ID. We currently charge $10 for a non-driver's ID. In other states close to us, they are charging between $25 and $30. So we're proposing $20 there. And the duplicate license.
One moment.
If I may, just a quick question about the non-driver ID. I believe that's what may colloquially be referred to as the voter ID. Is that the one where if you are in a financial hardship, you can ask the town clerk for a document to get a license for free, or is it a different document?
That's a different. The voter ID is free of charge. There is no charge for that, and that's a completely separate document.
Thank you. I'm asking questions because I don't know the answer.
Of
So
course.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Duplicate driver license, we process about 28,000 of these a year. This is when you misplace your license. This could be an open interpretation of fraud, people getting multiple licenses. So we currently charge $10 for you to get a duplicate license. So increasing that may hinder people from misplacing their license or getting an extra one. Yeah.
Can you put an age bracket on that?
Sure, we can do that. There are no other additional fees added on that page. So on the last page, page 3, not suggesting anything for any of the commercial drivers. Again, we're kind of right in line with other states on those fees. But the certified copies of documents, so your driving record, your letter of verification, those are currently at $15. Those did see an increase in 2010. They were originally $10 and went to $15. We are requesting or proposing up to $20 now. That is right in line where other states are. They're between $10 and $25 for records. Accident report, we currently charge $5 with a minimum of 5 pages. Anything over 5 pages, you're charged $1 extra. That is considerably low around surrounding states. Other states are charging about $20 to $25. So we're proposing to make that kind of equal with our other record requests and going to $20 on that as well.
15, and that's what that's okay. Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Our restoration fees, again, are similar to our neighbors, so we're not suggesting any changes there. Replacement registrations, which would be a duplicate registration as well, like the non-driver or the duplicate license, suggesting $20, so a $10 increase there. And then the plate fees. So currently you register your vehicle, you have your registration fees. You also pay a $4 plate fee per plate or $8 per set. So Director Marasco actually had an exercise done with a representative where they looked at what it costs for us to create a plate. And the total came out to be $3.97. And this was done a couple years ago. Aluminum prices have gone up since, so we're likely not cutting even on charging $4 per plate. So we are proposing an increase of $6 per plate or $12 per set to at least make what it costs to create the plate. Yes. And correct, there is some mailings. Most of the time they're handed over the counter, but there is some mailing.
Representative Popovich?
And you are saying per plate or per pair of plates.
So-
Can you actually get a single plate for those lucky people who can wear only one plate?
So motorcycle or trailers is only one plate. So our plate fees are based off per plate. So $6 per plate, or $12 per set. Or if you lost your front plate, you would come in to replace it. We would only charge you $6 per that one plate.
Live and learn. Thank you.
You're welcome. The last one was right now, and I don't have a count of what this would bring in for revenue. We have access to miscellaneous documents. So if you come in and want a copy of the bill of sale you presented or a copy of your driver's ed certificate, we charged $1 per page that we print out. So we're just proposing $2 to increase that for cost of ink paper that we may be using to make these copies for people out of our records. And that covers kind of as a whole the spreadsheet, if you had any further questions on any of that.
This is brilliant. Thank you. This is a really well put together spreadsheet, and I really appreciate the work you put into it. I've seen some spreadsheets that are difficult to understand. Thank you very much.
Me and Melanie, we've been 2 weeks.
Whoever did it, great job.
Great work. Yeah. And really,
You're supposed to take all the credit here and then share it. I mean, my God.
Shared, we've been back and forth in email for the past 2 weeks.
may I also just say that I'm quite surprised to learn that the state has not increased some of these fees in 25 years. And just think about what's happened since the, millennia. So, yeah, I think it's worth, especially with even inflation considerations, it's worth really investigating whether or not the proposals, they seem reasonable to me, but I just think if we can help the fund as well be more solvent, I think that's a huge part of our tasks. So I appreciate the work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Popovich.
So when you say over 25 years, does that indicate that far back we don't have any more recorded history?
So I will say so I went through physical law books and we only had back till the year 2000. So I had to dig through those. That's why it could be over. That's just as far back as I had to look
I'm not saying that I would like to know whether it's exactly 27 or 31. I was just curious. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. This is just, I'm curious. If you look at lines 8 through 11, can you, in 20 seconds, give me an example? As I'm not very good at what size or weight is, but I'm real curious, what vehicle is under 3,000 pounds? Can you just give a type of car of what we're looking at and how big the trucks get?
So let me see. We have 126,000 of these. So I'm thinking probably the Priuses. Those are going to be your smaller vehicles under 3,000 pounds. They're going to be those smaller ones.
He's just hoping you'd actually give her an
you
example for each
examples
one of
for
those
all
4
of them?
lines.
So not complete. I do know the 5,000 to 8,000. That's going to land you like an SUV, like small SUV. So potentially the 3,000 to 5,000s are going to be your mid-level like sedans. And then the rest all over that. You're welcome.
Chairman Weiler.
It's impressive how much we could put into the money if we go up to even just increasing for inflation. I remember in 2011, we tried to go up with traffic fees, violation fees. And we were so far behind in them, it would have meant a doubling, which the Senate wouldn't allow. So I'm supposing that our traffic violation fees are also outdated.
Those were last updated. I had told Amy between 2009 and 2015 because I've been with the DMV for 18 years, so I had paper copies of fine schedules and was able to dig those 2 years out. So somewhere between there, we did see an increase of fines, but yes, it's been several years since those were touched.
We're not putting out 1.7 million violations, but this is
No.
impressive. The amount of money we could use in your agency. This is something we've been missing. Thank you.
I think total with adding the licensing, it ended up being about 42 million. Yeah.
If you don't include the boats, it's $40,786,000.
Yeah.
And I just didn't include the boats because they were kind of weirdly. done, but we can include the boats too, of course. There's not a lot of money there.
One other thing that
General Aller.
I asked the commissioner to go check with Turnpike. So I'm 2 days now going up and down 93. Hooks at tolls. High-speed tolling is out of commission or something to that effect. Okay, so I go over to the right lane to go through another. Twice the traffic is going through the high-speed lane. Are we collecting anything? You might want to find out. And in these days when this is out of commission, how much money are we losing? There's more people going through that one who might have paid a toll fee, but they find, oh, it's inoperative. That's where I'm going. So, yeah, I mean, we could be losing a few $1,000s a day. I don't know if the cameras were working, or if they'd even, or what it would cost to go send a citation to everybody that went through there that had noticed 2 miles before that this system was out of operation. Oh, good. Time to go through it. I won't even have to pay the $1 going through the other gate.
Drive on circles. Representative Murray.
Thank you. Can you verify this all goes to the highway fund, or are there other places that it goes to?
The fees listed in here that we raise do go to the highway fund. So like I said, besides the line 21 that I had you correct with that, taking $1 off because that went out, the other fees that may be associated to other funds we didn't suggest an increase. For example, $5 for every motorcycle endorsement goes to the Motorcycle Safety Foundation, but we didn't propose an increase on that fee, so it wouldn't be affected by the spreadsheet. You're welcome.
Representative Popovich.
If I may, under the new things to learn today, ask a question about the manufacturer, wholesale dealer first plates. You are looking to increase it from 200 to 400. I'm just struck about how expensive it is. I was just curious as to why are they so special and expensive?
So I pulled definitions of all of these, expecting this, so hang on.
Line 28.
So these are the,
We seem to only issue 175 a year according to the
Wholesaler.
spreadsheet, but I'm just trying to understand what they are.
and yep, that's some. So I'm gonna have to get back to you on that, because that's the one definition I don't have for you.
Honestly, feel free to get back to me after the budget is over.
Would it make sense that those were for the dealers that run around with their dealer cars and so?
It is. So
plate-
all those lines are tied to all the different dealerships. They're rated differently. They're the utility dealers, motorcycle
Yeah.
dealers, wholesale. So it is one of those dealership types. I just don't have the
makes sense.
actual definition of it.
Okay. Are you folks all done?
We're done.
Excellent presentation. Thank you both very much.
Thank you, sir.
Those are plates, they're not paper plates. The paper plates would be temporary plates somewhere else. Well, we're putting it in a safe place because it's worth a lot of money.
Just to confirm, Ms. Landrigan, you've been following along where these things tie back into our, okay, great, thank you.
Northern Border.
Good morning, Representative Erf, and just to keep aligned with Amy's excellent timeline, I think the next item you wanted to speak about was the Northern Border Alliance. And the Northern Border Alliance, as you know, I think if you want me to talk about the operation itself or the funding, or what would be the extent, sir, that you'd like on it?
I guess I'll let the committee ask you some questions perhaps, because the reason that's on there is the governor, I'm sure you're aware, she spoke about this, I think $600,000 in her presentation to the House and Senate, but that's not in the budget. So that was really the question was, where are we getting the money? But I think you just told us where we might get the money.
Well, and I can say I think it's important. I think it's important for the.
Let me ask what does the committee want to hear? Do you have any?
Oh,
Right.
yeah, could someone remind us, there was some money left in the allocation or the appropriation from last biennium or
$371,000, I think, something like that.
something like that? Yeah. Maybe we could just have an update of like what the current balance is on the fund or the appropriation. I guess, was it a dedicated fund? Okay, so if it's a dedicated fund, what's the balance? And then whatever else you'd like to share, I guess.
There you go.
Sure, now I'll let Amy speak to that. I know what we're requesting, 600,000 over the biennium. So with the current fund balance, yeah. So go ahead, Amy.
So sorry, thank you. So if you recall, I think this is still in your packet. I presented it in today's, with today's notes as well. So Northern Border, it's on here as well. So in the 24-25 biennium, the appropriation was 1.43, and there are still funds available. I didn't check with our grants office before I came here today. So there might have been, between the last time I came and this time, there might have been additional dollars spent. So I don't have the update for today, but since the last time I came, there had been committed or spent 1.05. So there are still additional funds going into the biennium, and again, there was 600,000 allocated to this effort in the biennium that again wasn't budgeted.
And the way we get to that number, Representative, was we looked at what was the capacity, what had they done, what do we think we could do moving forward. So that's why we tried to be, really conservative in what we need to keep it running.
Okay. So that's a dedicated fund?
I believe it is, yeah.
So would we basically move funds into that from the
Yeah.
highway fund kind of thing? Is that what?
Not directly from the highway fund. That wouldn't be an appropriate use of the highway fund. But depending on what we do with highway fund to offset the use of general funds in other areas, we can free up general funds for this potentially.
Couldn't you guys make stuff that works with the highway fund? Okay.
We leave that up to you.
Yeah. Thanks. Okay. Well, I guess Northern Shield, and I don't know what the questions were we had there.
So this was the use of the opioid abatement trust fund.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I guess the question is, will you be able to address this? Let me tell you what I've learned. Another division is suggesting that be eliminated, and the funds that go to the general fund and the Governor's Commission on Alcohol, that 5% get eliminated, and that go to an account in that other division along with this opiate abatement fund, out of which would then come apparently that division's expenses as opposed to some of ours. So is Northern Shield, do they qualify for highway funds?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay.
I would think it's more of a appropriate general fund.
Okay. So it's been just funded by general funds in the highway department, in the Department of Safety?
So it had previously been called Granite Shield.
Okay.
So what we have done is we have expanded on Granite Shield to really look at 4 counties: Sullivan, Grafton, Coos, and Carroll. And so we have really I would say bifurcated the state, and that is going to be Northern Shield. And the reason behind that, it's a new model to try and get those 4 counties working together, operationalize. Essentially, it's what they're doing in the southern part of the state, it's drug enforcement. It's, identifying drug traffickers, working cases, building them up, working together. So it's really targeting the North Country because they do have unique needs and challenges up there. So putting a team together in the North Country, funding it to address the needs in the North Country. And I think it is important to note that there have been overdose deaths in the North Country, and that has been, I think, over the last 2, 3, if you can bear with me 1 second, over the last 21, 22, and 23. We're still waiting. We have 41 overdose deaths in Coos County. So there is an issue up there. How we fund it, historically, it's been through that fund that's been placed in our budget, and so those would have been, I think, general funds.
Yep.
Correct. Yeah. So.
Any other questions from the committee on that? Rosanna?
Oh, I just have to, thank you, just register an objection of using the opioid fund for funding this. I sort of get, I squiggly connect the dots that if there are fewer drugs, there'll be fewer drug deaths up there, but I have a hard time subscribing to that. And I'm not convinced of the program anyway, and I would rather see it not use funds from the opioid abatement fund, because as you just said, there are, real issues up there with regards to substance abuse. And it's my preference that the fund that's set aside for substance abuse issues be used for substance abuse issues rather than the law enforcement.
Sure. And I recognize that. I appreciate everyone's got a different opinion. And I just think it's important to note, since this program, I thought you'd be interested in this, since it started in 16, and I believe we've seen a 35% decrease in overdose deaths, which is good news. Like recently, we've seen a decrease. But since this started in 16 and the legislature funded it, we had just under 5,000 arrests, total arrests, see 69,000 grams of fentanyl heroin, 93,000 grams of methamphetamine, and 40,000 grams of cocaine, and 1,000 grams of kilo. So there's been significant arrests, significant seizures, and I do believe that plays an important part in the overall, mission with, prevention, education, public health. But this enforcement piece is critical so that those drugs don't hit the communities. Not saying which one's more important, but you cannot not recognize the importance of this program and preventing the drugs from hitting the community, wherever they are, whatever county. So I thought the numbers are. So I think the program's been successful. I think it's important, and now we're seeing a decrease. So, I think it's not one thing, it's everything working together, but it's been important.
Mr. Chair, could you remind us, is this in the budget? Unlike the last thing we just talked about?
Northern Shield is in the budget. No, I think it's actually in the budget.
It is. It's page 366.
I think it's actually in the budget. I'd have to go and search for it, but
There is a House Bill 2 section relative to the allowability of using some of the opioid abatement trust fund, but it's all appropriated in House Bill 1, Section 1. Regardless of what the committee decides to do on this, we would at least clean up that House Bill 2 section, because I don't feel it's a real accurate representation of what House Bill 1 is. So wherever you decide, whether it's opioid abatement trust fund, general fund, something else, we'll clean up that House Bill 2 language.
so now the ones that I find most interesting.
So I will, yeah, and this is really clean up. Maybe I could just put a little context to this for all of you to let you understand what we've been, I've been struggling with at the Department of Safety. So not to go in any specific order, but if we take the hazmat position, so we've got a classified position. It's titled Hazardous Materials Response Coordinator. So I think what's important to understand is if you look at 21P12, the Division of Fire Safety, the actual statute for the fire marshal requires, and it says, the director, with approval of the commissioner, shall appoint a hazardous material incident response coordinator who shall assist local incident commanders with command logistics and resources, coordinate the training and procedure of the state's regional hazardous materials response teams in all areas of the state oversee the preparedness of the hazardous materials response teams that exist in local communities and their efforts to obtain reimbursement for emergency responses pursuant to 154:A-a. So it's in statute, and we have struggled. We have been unable to find a suitable candidate for this position for over 4 years. And I'm told consistently the reason is this is a Group 1 position. And the majority of the firefighters today that are doing this hazardous material work in their communities are Group 2. So we're not able to attract, recruit, or retain someone to do this important work. So that I think is the step we need to take to fill this position.
So the question I have, I appreciate what you just said, and that makes a lot of sense. But the question I have here is that it also allows for somebody who's retired to essentially take this position, which says to me they're basically collecting a pension, and at the same time they're going to start collecting a salary. Is that intentional? That sounds like double dipping. That's why I'm asking.
So with this one, and I'm going to go to the, can you pull up the House Bill 2 language? So is this to address the Group 2, Group 1, or does it address optional? Because some of the language is to whether you can.
So I'll read you the language. Basically, coordinator shall be eligible to be a Group 2 member if he or she was a Group 2 member or receiving a Group 2 retirement allowance prior to being hired.
And I would defer to retirement on this, whether that, no, honestly.
No, I'm sorry.
But I want to say, our main focus on this position, our main focus on this one has been get it from Group 1 to Group 2.
So if we just took out that or Group 2 retirement allowance, that's Chairman Weiler.
At one point in Rockingham County, 3 of the police chiefs were retired from Group 2 and were working part-time, 30 hours less. And I remember my own chief at the time said, I'm saving the town $100,000 because it's me and there's 2 others in my offices that are retired, collecting retirement pay. But paying them the salary, if they were not retired, in addition to the salary, it would be almost 30% more going to the retirement system for that person if they were not retired. So, it made a lot of sense for the towns that had done that. It fairly standard practice. I remember one time we had someone from the retirement system come in and insist that these people that were still working in law enforcement, retired from law, they should make contributions. And we got a lot of objection, including from attorneys, county attorneys who hired such people to supervise their programs for people like, I can't remember exactly, several of the programs. These people knew all the details, and they were affordable on the county budget because they didn't have to pay that 30% for retirement. 30 hours a week was enough for the program. So I supported that. What I've heard from all the people that do this, someone's 45 years old, they've still got a lot of good years. They want to come and do this job. I think it's great. All my experience behind it. I support it.
Representative Popovich.
So, given that we are talking about the possibility of somebody coming out of retirement to fill this job, if they do, they would be limited to 30 hours a week or less, right? Because they wouldn't want to suspend or forfeit the retirement.
Correct.
Would that work for the department?
Well,
I see this as a full-time position. I'm just trying to understand what your needs are.
Yeah, and again, in speaking with the fire marshal today, so right now, if it's a Group 1, it makes no sense for any existing firefighter to join. So I think if we could address the Group 2, and then whether we could attract somebody that had, 10 years or so, but still had many more years to go in and contribute to the retirement system, that would be, we might not need that language. That language is important if we're trying to attract somebody that has reached their term of retirement and would still like to go in and fill this position. I mean, whatever you can do to help is greatly appreciated, because I've got to get a candidate in.
I'm trying to understand whether having somebody retired who can only give you a, 3/4 workload would work for you.
No, this is a full, we want this. we
Well,
want a
then,
It's
given that they
also
would be,
hours per year.
Hang
Right.
on.
So
So you
some
would be,
places-
hang on, Chairman Waller. So you'd be all right if we just removed the phrase about somebody who'd been retired?
No, don't remove it.
It would limit some hiring. I mean, the language as written, I think would work for the position. We still don't know what type of candidates are coming in, but it limits, as Amy said, it limits the pool that we could draw from. Right now, we have nobody.
But if you're hiring a full-time person that's retired, they're going to be collecting retirement and a full-time salary?
They could.
30 hours.
Yeah,
This says full-time.
right.
Well, I would change that just to make it eligible, because as I recall, when you're retired, it also is the annual number of hours, because I remember something that they hired, some police department like Hampton had a busy summertime, and they could hire people as long as the total hours for the year. Does this still work? Do you remember?
That's for police, so this,
So
right.
it wouldn't apply to this?
Well,
It would still have to be 30 hours a week, or it couldn't be so many. So if you got a big job for cleaning up, you might be putting in overtime and stuff.
They're trying to
But-
hire somebody full-time.
that's.
Am I misunderstanding that?
No, you understand it, yes.
Okay.
And we have been posting it, so this position has been posted.
I understand your need, and I'm totally sympathetic to it,
So
and
we-
I'm
we-
totally with you.
We will work with you on whatever language. is
Okay, beautiful.
acceptable.
That's all
Make
I'm
it
asking.
flexible and be filled in a week.
May I make a suggestion, if I'm understanding correctly? I think we all get, it's a full-time position, all right? And what if we stopped the sentence at the comma on line 7? So during full-time services, the hazardous material incident response coordinator shall be eligible for a group 2 member. Does it matter whether or not it's an intern? It sounds like you're looking for an internal person. Does it matter that it's an internal person? And I think we're not looking at retirement because it's a full-time position. So I think, do you just want hazardous material incident coordinator shall be eligible to be a group 2 member, period? Do we need any other the rest of that sentence?
The only reason you need the rest of that sentence, if you were looking to attract somebody that was ready to retire and then wanted to take this position. If we're looking to attract a current member of the fire service in New Hampshire with, say, whatever, 1 to 10 years, and had more, longevity in them, the group 2 would be something that they would continue to contribute into the retirement system.
So a current person could apply for the job, period.
Right.
But then I'm still stuck between, you talked about someone who was retired applying for the job, but when you say it's a full-time job, then isn't that, don't we have a conflict there between retirement person collecting retirement and having a full-time job? I'm stuck on that.
It depends how the job is written in the statute. Like, I'm retired. I collect my retirement. I have a full-time job as commissioner. They're all done by statute. And it's got to be codified as to what the hours. We are looking for a full-time job. And I think that if there's a little hesitation or reluctance to get to this one to where they, you could expand to somebody collecting their retirement, if we could go from group 1 to group 2 and start there, at least we can look and start and see if we can attract somebody.
So does Representative Murray's approach work, put the period in, or does it, what would be the right language?
Well, the right language is if there is an interest in allowing somebody to collect their pension as written. If there's an interest in just going from group 1 to group 2, you would stop at that sentence, as Representative Murray said.
Okay, and as a first step, you would be comfortable with that?
It would be a major step in the right direction compared to where I am today.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
You use the phrase going from group 1 to group 2. Can't you start in group 2?
No, that's the problem. This says it's group 1.
Someone who, totally qualified with everything that you need cannot be in group 2. You can't have a new hire with group 2?
No, it has to do with the job, the hazardous material response, as opposed to, but firefighters today in their communities do the hazmat response. So it's really a technical issue that, I mean, we've dealt with this before with other positions in the fire marshal's office. So it's just got to be changed to a group 2 position.
This position in the communities is a group 2 position now, so we're not going to attract community members to do this work.
Representative Pavlovich?
Just to try to clarify, I think we may have a slight disconnect, right? The qualifications for this policy, for this position, which is currently listed as a group 1, the department has been testifying that they can only be met by people who had previous group 2 policies, and those people just don't want to go to group 1 because the benefits are much less for policy reasons that we are all responsible for. So I think that at the end of the day, they are telling us that they can only hire people who are already group 2. And if we don't make the position group 2 one way or the other, they ain't going to fill it. So, you know, we're just talking about one way or the other, as far as I'm concerned, not whether we got to do it.
Chairman Weiler. Sorry.
What if you retired from group 2, took a job in group 1? Could you work full-time and be contributing to group 1 and building up a second retirement?
I couldn't answer that. I'd ask retirement. I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
That's a good question, but
But it would allow it to be full-time, still collect your group 2 retirement without a restriction on the number of hours. Just a thought.
Go ahead.
so thank you for that. The next,
I'm just going to ask a
sure.
question here, just as the layperson here. Why in Lord's name, with all of the people that we need to hire in this state that have been working as state employees, we can't rehire them and put them, why does it make a difference? You're going to be paying retirement anyway, no matter who's getting that job. What's the deal? Please. Maybe this is not the place to ask that question.
Yeah.
sure. So thank you for that. I hope, and we can provide to Mickey some follow-up on that group 2 to group 1 question, but I don't want to overstep my bounds here with what is really an answer that retirement should give. However, with the next position, I'll just give you a little context with this. This Chief of Policy and Planning position was created many years ago. I want to say 2011 or so, or maybe 6. So this position has been within, I can give you the exact.
2002.
This position has been on the books in the Department of Safety for many years. Yes, so we can check that. I can remember when someone.
It's section 152, also on page 64 of HB2, if you have that. And it very much parallels the one we just talked about in terms of the change.
So there was in the organizational structure of the Department of Safety at one point a commissioner, a chief of policy and planning, and an assistant commissioner. At some point, the chief of policy and planning person became an assistant commissioner. So there was an assistant and 2 commissioners. This position had remained on the books and just was there. It wasn't funded, but it was still on the books. And in the last budget cycle, I had been looking and working internally based on the active shooter events that have been happening around the country and understanding our role, what the Department of Safety does, the immense, I would say, strain on resources across the state. And it just seemed like it was too often that there was an active shooter event happening. And when I looked at the amount of stakeholders that are involved in coordinating response, whether it's at the schools, the municipalities, the police departments, the fire departments, the EMS response that's required, and looking and understanding what we had for resources today within the department, I believe that there was a need to have that position and kind of, relook at it. But was more focused to coordinating the policy and planning regarding these active shooter events and active threats, and ensuring that everybody's working together. What are we buying? How are we planning? How are we training? So that we were prepared, across the entire states, and having essentially one person that when their feet hit the ground, that was their job. Not they had this job, they had that job. We have a school safety task force that comes out of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. We have some areas where we have significant resources, some area where there are less resources. So I thought it was important. So I did get funding for the position. I was excited about the position, and we started to recruit. And the roadblock that I came up to was we had several very good candidates. However, all of them were at the point where they could collect their retirement. They completed their careers, and they would have looked at this position, they would have taken this position, but they were unable to collect the retirement. And we looked at many different avenues to try and fix this, to attract the right person, somebody that had the skills relevant in New Hampshire, in this state, not bringing someone in from another state. And we're unable to do so. So with that, and again, the position was never able to be filled, we looked to see if we could maybe get this, we'll call it, cleanup language, to maybe at some point attract somebody that has the right skill set, but unlike the other position, is maybe towards the end of their career that would like to.
So just so I understand, they're toward the end of their career, but they haven't necessarily retired yet.
No,
And
but they could retire and do this job. That's what it comes
Oh,
to.
so they needn't be full-time. It could go back to.
No, they'd be full-time. So they'd be retired, and then they could work full-time.
So double dipping, for
Yes,
sure.
for sure.
Well, that I can't go with.
Okay.
Why couldn't you hire them just before they got retired? Just continue into the system, paying in, then they collect an even bigger retirement in a few more years when they stop doing this.
Well, because these are terms that run in concert, and I can tell you, we had a really aggressive search that went for this, and there were many that applied, but only a few that had the skill set that we needed, and those were.
So I understand that, but are you saying none of those were still employed? Still working?
They were, but they were at a point where they could retire. So they're not going to go from, say, hypothetically, a chief of police at a department when they're ready to retire. Because when they do retire, and they do, they go into the private sector. They seek other opportunities. So we are not able to attract those with the right skill set that have had a career in this, that understand it, and we might lose them we do lose them to the private sector.
I'm definitely missing something here, because if they want the job, no?
They want the job, yes, but they want to collect their retirement. So they're at it. So take the person out of it. They are ready to collect the retirement. But if you're asking me, can't you just find somebody with like 6 years on that's ready to leave? But there's no guarantees with a position like this either. It's at a term, and so it's not. So no, we're not attracting somebody with 10 years on that. And at that point, I mean, quite honestly, they don't have the executive leadership. They just don't have the resume that's required to pull this together at a high level like this.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Double dipping has such a negative connotation, and I'm a little bit baffled. I think I hear what you're saying, and I can understand, this concern about double dipping. But I see a person who's done a job for 25, 30 years, and they finish that job, but they're younger than I am. I mean, they still have another 20 years of work that they could do. And so I guess I'm a little confused. Why can't they continue on to do this? To make a sort of an analogy, to separate out some of these issues, my brother-in-law is in the Navy. He retired after, I don't know what you retire, 25, 30 years or so. And since then, he's a gigging musician. He was a musician in the Navy. He's continued to perform once he's out there. So I guess, is there an inherently problem state-wise with hiring someone internally? Because I totally see your point of view. You've got someone here with experience, and allow them to continue.
It's really a policy decision. I mean, essentially, these individuals, myself included, reach a point where you've earned your retirement and you can collect it. And you can either choose, you might have options. We would like to give options, I think personally, to people that have worked in the state, as opposed to bringing in people from outside of the state who are collecting their pension in one state. But it really is it's a decision that
But isn't this person, isn't this saying they're going to go back into the retirements? They're going to.
No, they're collecting. So they're collecting. So that's what the language
If the
is.
incumbent opts to become a member of the retirement system.
Go ahead, Ian. Can you read the language?
Well, I'm just reading to you. If the incumbent opts to become a member of the retirement system, so that the implication is they can become a member of the retirement system.
They're in the process of retiring.
Right, somebody is choosing to retire and then applying for this job. They're leaving.
Mr. Chair,
words-
if I may, so this language would make it so whoever occupies this position could be an active member of the retirement system or service retirement, collecting their pension and filling this position. There's a general restriction from folks occupying a position because usually they're required to be in the retirement system. But if you're drawing a pension, you can't be an active member because you're now drawing service retirement. So this would make it so being in the retirement system would be optional. So whoever the person is could choose to be an active participant earning benefits or
And not
collecting, or someone who has met service retirement and is drawing a pension.
Okay.
And then you'd be in this. So the state would not be doing an employer contribution for this position because they're already in retirement status.
Chairman Weiler.
I think we need to talk to retirement system to see if they do go into group one, they could still be accumulating group one retirement. So if somebody went in at, say, 50 years old, they retire, they take a job for 15 years in group one, now they're qualified for group one retirement. I mean, I planned my whole career to be a double dipper. You come out of your military, you're going to get a retirement from that. Then I go to the airline, get another retirement, and I get Social Security. So maybe I'm a triple dipper, but you plan your whole career around it.
Yes, sir. I think to attract the candidates that we're looking for, this is the language. I don't know if there are any Group 2 members who would choose to retire, then take this job into a Group 1 position to get if it's allowed to grab, right.
Representative Popovich.
So one more clarifying question, and then I'm gonna be mostly quiet for as long as I manage. My understanding is that we really need to have this as a position too. I can see why we need that when we want to hire somebody who's currently an active participant in the group 2 and has not reached retirement age. Can you help me understand why would somebody who's already retired in group 2 and presumably does not plan to become an active participant again, why would they care anymore whether it's group 1 or group 2? So I'm talking about specifically a retired group 2 participant who's maxed out on their pension, is collecting and just looks to do a second job. Would they give a hoot? Because I think you are telling me that they do, and I don't understand why.
No, and I think, I don't want to conflate the issue of 1 and 2, but if someone's retired from Group 2, they would look at this position and say, I can take this position, I understand what the salary is, I understand what the term is, and what the benefits package is, and I will continue to collect my retirement.
Right.
That's really as simple as it gets. And just to go back, we have gone through lengthy hiring processes on this, interviews. We have got this down to the point where we have offered conditional, job offers to understand then that it can't be done in retirement. That's why we haven't been able to fill this position.
So now I'm all confused. This guy retires, this person retires, and now you want to hire them back in this position.
Mm-hmm.
What does it matter whether they're in or out of Whether they were group two or not group two?
Here's why, no, what matters is this, they can't take the position. They can't take the position and collect their retirement. That's why, say, take a chief from any town in the state. If they were retired and they're retired for 3 months and they said, I would like to apply for this position, then we've got to fix that so the position can.
Why, okay, explain, maybe I'm misunderstanding the law. Why can't they take the position? Now, what is the law that says they cannot? They fully retired.
They can take the position, but they can't collect the retirement.
Mr. Retirement?
I believe we have some.
So, yeah, so I'm married to somebody who's been the chair of EDNA for 15 years or something. So, in general, somebody who's retired and comes back to work, the pension would stop while they're working, and their years would increase, right? But we, in general, for unclassified positions, allow people not to be in the retirement system for exactly the kind of reason I don't know if the position you're talking about is classified or unclassified. Okay, unclassified. So I think in general, unclassified positions are allowed not to be in the retirement system for this exact reason, because somebody works for a while, retires, starts collecting, and then they want to go back and work at this other job, but they don't want to give up the pension that's coming in while they're working on the second job. So I think it's pretty normal. Now, the other thing I can tell you is we have the retirement system guy coming to us between 10 and 10:30 tomorrow. So if you want, I could send them over here at 10:30.
Representative McGuire, there's two positions we're talking about. One's unclassified. The first, with the fire marshal's office, is classified, and it's classified as a group 1, and we're trying to change it to group 2 because we're unable to attract any current firefighters, but that's a classified position.
Right. So what I just said doesn't apply to classifieds. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you. Is there more that I'm not saying of your agenda, I think, the director's agenda.
Open-ended questions, don't express a position, don't make the question be a statement.
I thought that was it.
I have no idea what we're doing.
To the list, for the division of,
Can you give us 1 second, Mickey?
There's actually two, even the fire standards and EMS amendment before that too. Just make sure they understand that one. The one on the previous page too.
So just to be clear, is this looking at your D2 agency draft HB2 language 31425, Mr. Landrigan?
It does.
Sorry, it is the same language, but it's also, you can see it colorized in the handout they just gave in the, I think it's like the second document, the memo.
Is it the memo or the memo attachment B? The memo.
Yeah, it should be page 2 of that.
It's a memo. Just a memo, not the attachment B.
Yeah. Yes. This is what the front looks like this.
The attachment B.
Stapled. No, this is really clean. And then flip the page.
thank you.
What is the specific question on it?
No.
I think, could you just explain what the intent is of those two changes, the fire and EMS one and then the group 2 fire safety one after?
So the first one with fire standards and training in emergency medical services, this one was to remove the redundant language. And the justification behind this one was because this is a service currently provided by the Department of Health and Human Services. So we were kind of just stepping on each other's toes here, and it's a cleanup.
Representative Murray?
Okay, so the redundancy is where?
in in the sentence itself. So what we're looking to strike through is actually a repetitive sentence right before.
Letter D.
Yes.
And letter D is redundant.
Our strike.
Where does it exist? Where
we-
does the redundant one?
Yeah, we actually added the same sentence that was in there instead of removing it.
Really, if you look at the justification, the Division of Fire Standards Emergency Medical has never had responsibility or capability of a communication network for EMS units. 21 piece of the Department of Safety, the general functions would include the statewide enhanced 911 and emergency telecommunication services. So that's why they're asking it be struck.
Just a quick follow-up. So the redundant is already in House Bill 2. This is an additional House Bill 2 ask to remove Section D. But it ties into the original House Bill 2 request. So it's just to align the two. Correct.
This is already in HB2 or something like this is?
A part of it is for one RSA.
What section?
Yeah,
Section 151.
yeah.
It's the one in between.
151. Yeah.
Okay. It's between the other two. Zona Popovich.
Took that out already. The wheelchair one.
So there's more than one section. One was covered already in 151. Another piece of it is what's in this memo that you're seeing. So this would be an amendment in addition to what's already in House Bill 1, excuse me, House Bill 2.
So if I'm correct in summarizing, if we look at the red font under the proposed HB2 change, it relates to section 151, but this is not delineated there. And you're asking us to agree to the change of removing subsection D and then a few words in subsection F.
Correct.
Yes.
And that was the overlapping responsibilities with DHHS. It's all the same explanation.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Sorry if we confused you. Okay.
Now where do we stand?
There's just one last amendment that they've asked for on the next page, which is to RSA 100A. And it's similar to the Group 2 retirement we just had, so I'll let the department explain this one.
Oh, I thought we already talked about this. Yeah. Or the Division of Safety.
Yeah, in total, there's 3 Group 2 related or retirement related amendments or changes. 2 are already in House Bill 2. This is a third one that they're asking that you add to House Bill 2.
We just talked about this.
That's different RSA.
So this adds language to other titles. If you look, the Director of the Division of Homeland Security, Emergency Management Director, Division of Fire Standards and Training, EMS Services, the Fire Instructor, Supervisor Instructor, and other technical specialists. And then if you look at the 10 years of fire service experience or any inclusive of that. So it's similar to what we were looking to do, moving the hazardous materials from Group 1 to Group 2, but allowing them to qualify based on that 10 years of fire service experience. And I will say, filling certain positions in the fire marshal's office, whether they go in on the inspection side or on the operational side, there's been some confusion as to who can qualify for Group 1 or Group 2. So I think this is just trying to clean up for all of these.
So on the second page, we're adding the green text.
Correct. Correct.
This is the Group 1, Group 2 thing. Is that this is basically 2 different services? You're adding a division you could be in that's not represented here.
They're adding all the Division of Fire Safety, which is the fire
So
marshal.
instead of Fire Standards and Training Commission, you're also saying, oh, you're a member of this other one.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's it.
I accept that one. I can understand that one, I should say. Now I'll ask the question again. Where are we?
We appreciate your time and
We're all good? Thank you very much. It's been very helpful.
Thanks, Department of Safety team.
thank you. Excuse me? I don't know. It's always been, but it's like, when I tell you 5 years anyway, we can't, so we got to fix it.
So, yes, I'm going to take a 5-minute break, and then, but I'm going to tell these folks what's happening. Not you guys. You guys, you do whatever you want to do. So, don't yet. So, no, it's too much to try to vote now. We'll vote. We'll vote tomorrow. So, So, I've mentioned to you that we're going to be talking about putting something in the budget vis-a-vis lottery, as per what the governor did, and we have 2 bills represented here by Representative McGuire and Representative Sweeney, who just bolted on me, and they're going to be talking about. Oh, there he is. They're going to be switch seats. They're going to be talking about those two proposed bills. So I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll hear from them. All right. Why don't you each introduce yourselves and go however you want to go in terms of explaining what you got here.
All right, Representative Dan McGuire from Epsom.
Representative Joe Sweeney from Salem.
Okay. So I handed out 10-year-old House Bill 630. And what this is doing video lottery in liquor licensees, essentially bars. And it's a bill I put in clearly ahead of its time 10 years ago, based on what the state of Oregon does. And if you went to Oregon, you would notice that anytime you walk into a restaurant with a bar, there's a little room off to the side that has some video lottery machines. And so if you go to the website of the Oregon Lottery, you'll see that it's their second largest source of revenue after the personal income tax. So it's a big deal, and there's you can get very lucrative results from these kind of machines. And so all I handed you was the front page and the fiscal note. I'm having this drafted as though it's a House Bill 2 amendment with some changes, because when this bill was written, it was prior to us having Keno. And essentially, would go into the same places that are able to license Keno. And so the Lottery Commission was, at the time, had no computer system, had no experience with this kind of thing. But I think they will be, so the technology part of this, I think, is much, much simpler today than it was then, because they already have experience with installing Keno equipment in these kind of places, and contracting with them and things like that. So if you look at the fiscal note on page, I guess these aren't numbered, but next to the last page, you'll see there's a really healthy large number on the right-hand side there, $217 million. This comes in this particular fiscal note as coming in year 3, which obviously wouldn't help us for this budget, but because of, like I said, because of the fact that it flies off of Keno, I think it can be done much quicker. And I'm putting into the bill that certain deadlines, that the lottery will do this by such and such a date. And so hopefully we can get a number, maybe not as big as this one, but something in the second year of the biennium. And I have a meeting with the lottery director, Mr. McIntyre, hopefully Friday morning to kind of get an idea. So this particular fiscal note, there's two numbers. The 200 million comes from two numbers. One is $230 per machine per day, which was what they states of Oregon and South Dakota were experiencing 10 years ago, and presumably it's more these days. So that number might go up, but the number of machines that this fiscal note anticipates is 700. And if you read it, it says that's the number of places that are allowed to have these machines, right? So the way the bill is written is that you can have up to 6 machines per location. So this is assuming 700 locations with 5.5 per location. So almost everybody would just go to 6. But I think it's unrealistic at the beginning to expect that large a number. So it seems to me, that part might be half. So if the 230 was higher and that number was smaller, it's going to be, something in the 125 or 150 or something like that in the second year. I think that's what is reasonable, but I'll find out Friday, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Any questions from the committee? Representative Murray?
Thank you. So this one it appears to be directing all the excess to the Education Trust Fund.
Yes, I think. Yeah.
I got got mine out too.
Yeah, yeah, and if you look up this particular bill, it was written to replace SWEPT with this money, okay? So obviously that part would go out. This is just a straight video lottery machines into education trust fund. Yeah.
Representative Hacken-Phillips.
Thank you. I'm sorry, it's been a long day, so I'm trying to absorb this information, read and listen to you at the same time. So could you clarify? It sounds like you're allowing video lottery machines in establishments with liquor licenses and Keno licenses, or is it one?
No, thank you for the question, but if you go read the Keno statute, it essentially limits it to these same locations. But it's not that somebody would have to have both or anything like that. It's like they could have one, they could have the other, or they could have both.
Representative Luno.
Thank you very much. Is it still true that that for a licensee to have Keno, that the city or town has to approve of that prior
Yes.
to? So
Yes, very good point. Now, my bill would take that away for this. So yes. So I think at the time Keno was put in, that was a bigger consideration. But we've had it for so long, and I don't know. I guess my own sense is that gambling is a little more accepted and that kind of thing. So my bill does take that out for exactly that reason, because that would really, if you had to wait through a cycle of, put in a warrant article, get a vote, all this kind of stuff, then it would really delay things. That's part of the delay that's in here.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you. Thank you for presenting this. Given where we are in the budget cycle, what, in your most optimistic scenarios, what would you hope that Division 2 will do about these bills, given the timeline we are in?
Yeah, so I think the drafter will have something by Friday. I'll have a meeting with Charlie McIntyre Friday morning. And then if you like it, you could accept it Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday. I've asked, by the way, I asked the speaker for permission that members of finance can skip Wednesday's session. So we'll see if that's approved. But because Wednesdays really are the final day that we have to work on the budget. So.
Chairman Weiler. Oh, I'm sorry. Are you done? Chairman Weiler.
I would remind us all that the governor put this in HB2, video lottery machines, and she also planned the revenue to take care of the Group 2, which of course is unconstitutional. But the idea is, it's fungible. We could replace other monies that we could still do the same job. But she had a plan for this, which initially was part of the reason we had such a big gap in revenue between her introduction and what we got from Ways and Means, because she already had, I think, 127 million in her budget from video slot machines. So one of the reasons we have such a big hole. But if
Thing is, what's the split in money between the operator and the state? And in this case, it's 2/3 for the state, then 1/3 for the operator. Keno is weird because it's 8% for the operator, but it's 8% of the money wagered, not 8% of the net. Whereas in this case, it's the net amount, right? So it's probably in the same ballpark, kind of, as far as but I think people don't wager as much in general on Keno as they would on this. So.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. Where does charitable fit in with this?
Yeah, that's Representative Sweeney's bill, which is related more to casinos. This bill doesn't have a charitable component.
Thank you.
Unless, to the extent you think of the Education Trust Fund as some kind of a charity. Yeah.
Any other questions for Representative McGuire, or should we listen to this, Representative Sweeney?
I just would like to reserve the right
You-
to ask more
you-
questions when we see the language.
Absolutely, and this is not the necessarily last time you'll see them. The hope was that since they could come in today and Representative Sweeney actually had, a finished bill, that we could at least get a first pass of hearing from them, and we'll hear from them again before we actually do anything, hopefully several times. So, Representative Sweeney, you want to?
Thank you, Chairman Earth. Thank you to the members of the division for taking the time today. I also want to thank Mickey for all the work, emailing back and forth the last week, working with OLS to get this amendment 2025-1080H ready for you all. So this replaces what's in HB2 that the governor submitted on video lottery terminal machines, and it makes other changes to our charitable gaming laws. Mainly from the onset of it is we are looking as a state to get more out of the charitable gaming facilities in terms of revenue, especially with these video lottery machines. And so I think it's time that we start allowing those facilities to do more and be more competitive with within the region that we have. So I want to run through kind of the high level points of what my amendment does to the budget. It sets a tax rate on video lottery terminals at 30%. The governor's budget came in at 45%, but I heard from a number of operators and then the charities that partner with the operators that they wouldn't see video lottery terminals come into the state at a 45% tax rate, and that a 30% rate is actually when it's a private operator. A 30% rate is what will actually incentivize the operator to come and invest in New Hampshire and utilize video lottery terminals. Otherwise, we wouldn't see any industry come in. And so we can plan on the numbers in the budget at a 45% rate, but we wouldn't actually see the industry come in. And so a safer option and an option that would actually get the industry to invest in New Hampshire would be a 30% rate on the video lottery terminals. Currently today we have historic horse racing machines. They are taxed at a 25% rate, but they have to pay a totalizer to another company in order to actually operate the machines and have access to the database on historic horse racing machines. The lowest totalizer today is a 5% fee on the machines. So in reality, they have a sort of a fixed cost that doesn't go to the operator at 30% just to operate the machines. So a 30% tax on the video lottery terminals, which do end up making more profit and more revenue for the state. When you look at the gross gaming revenue, that 30% rate is really the sort of the fair market rate in order to either have a market transition from historic horse racing to video lottery terminals, or allowing the operators to continue with their historic horse racing machines that we're already planning on in the budget.
Representative Murray.
Can you just explain to me, because what is the tax on? Is it on the machine? Is it on renting the machine? What is the thingy that's being taxed?
So the tax is on the gross revenue that day minus any payouts. So right now we're projecting and we're seeing with historic horse racing machines, $230 each day for each machine is what we are then taxing. When I say a 25% tax on historic horse racing, about 2/3 of that goes to the state and 1/3 of that goes to the charities that were partnered with the casino, with the charitable gaming operator. And they can have up to 2 charities each night for it. Under this bill, with the increases that we'd see in revenue from video lottery terminals, right now, under the governor's budget, they'd be projecting a $330 daily revenue, which is $100 more per machine. And the tax allocation would be a 30% tax. 75% of that goes to the state. Of that 75%, 1/4% goes to problem gaming. And I actually heard earlier today, Representative Almy in Ways and Means has new language on the problem gaming system. So I think that language is not in my bill, but it was just giving 1/4% of the funds to problem gaming services run by lottery. 74.75% or the remainder of that state portion goes to the Education Trust Fund, which, as we discussed, we could then, relieve other revenue sources that are going to the Education Trust Fund. 25% of the tax collected under video lottery terminals goes to the charities, which is still a dollar amount increase over what they're currently receiving with historic horse racing. The percentages are different, but they're going to end up making more money as charities under this. The state makes more, the operators make more, the charities make more. It's one of those rare triple wins. So this amendment largely
legalizes the video lottery terminals, which is already in the budget. And in that vein of we're asking the operators to do more, and we need to enable them to do more. Right now, we have a $50 limit on table games in the state of New Hampshire. The governor's budget had a $25 limit on bets on video lottery terminals. My amendment removes the limits in order to make our state more competitive. And really, when I think about it, the limits are not productive to what we're looking for the charitable operators to do in the state. This sort of made sense when it was a $2 and a $4 limit on table games before we had machines. But now that we're creating venues here that can attract gamers from around the region, around the country, we're not attracting any high rollers when we have a $50 limit on games. And so we're really only attracting those that want to bet small amounts, and we're not really opening up the market to those more established players in the space. And I think the combination of removing the limits on wagers and the fact that New Hampshire is an income tax free state, we would be a host for large scale high stakes tournaments that we see in other parts of the country, which would be another revenue driver that I'm not even sure for this budget we would be able to quantify the revenue benefit there or the second order effects, but we could be a host for high stakes tournaments. And so there is language in the bill that kind of defines that a high stakes tournament is a tournament with a $2,500 or more buy-in for the players, and then just sets the taxation to where if the tournament has money, has chips in lieu of money being played on the table, it's a 5% tax on the house winnings or the rake that there is. And then if there is money, if there is money being played at a high stakes tournament, it's still that 5% tax on the house winnings. And all of that funds would just go to Education Trust Fund, none to the charities, because the tournaments will be kind of once occasional events that the operators have. And then there has been an ongoing conversation with the charitable gaming operators and in Ways and Means with number of different House bills that have always been filed regarding local control on the charity operators. You know, once they kind of got into these towns, there's really little that a city or a town can do to negotiate with the with the charitable gaming facility as to how they're going to operate. Again, in that spirit of being competitive, and as somebody who lives in Salem, and Salem's looking to have a large-scale facility open up within the next year, we are a 25 to 30-minute drive to Encore in Massachusetts. Encore can operate 24 hours a day. They have a nice hotel that's built into the development, and they can serve liquor until 4 a.m. To the people that are gaming. The restaurants at Encore can operate liquor until 2 a.m. So what this amendment proposes is that through a local legislative body, a municipality may allow an operator to operate up to 24 hours and also may allow them to operate liquor sales up to 24 hours, knowing that for my town of Salem, you know, we might allow them to operate for 24 hours continuously to operate the games and then say, okay, you can serve liquor until 3 a.m. to the gamers or 4 a.m. or what that conversation would be. And that would require the conversation between the operator and the municipality so that as the municipality is increasing services to the facility in order to allow for 24 hours of operations, to allow for longer liquor sales, the municipality and the operator can come to an agreement and a memorandum as to how the municipality can be made whole by the operator instead of having it governed by state statute or rules as to the relationship between the two of them. I know that sounds like a lot. I know it's a 6-page amendment, but I believe that really does cover it. So high level point, a 30% tax rate on the machines, no limits on table games, the historic horse racing machines, or the video lottery tournaments, 24-hour local option with local control, and the high stakes tournament language is what's included in this amendment, along with just some housekeeping that the operators came with and that have been sort of discussed about as well. Similar to Representative McGuire's bill, there's not a fiscal note on this amendment. I mean, you could adopt the amendment today if you'd like to. There's not a direct fiscal note on the amendment based on projections of we currently have 3,300 historic horse race machines under the current law that we know we're going to get revenue. We're likely to see a projection. I think in the first fiscal year, we'd have an average of 2,000 video lottery terminals per day. And in the second year, we'd have an average of 3,000 video lottery terminals per day. So if you average that out to 2,500 terminals over the biennium, you're looking at a 2-year revenue source to the state of around 125 to 135 million dollars, and then the charities get 45 to 50 million dollars based on the projections. And but all those projections in the governor's budget were built under a limit being in place. And so I don't know if Charlie at Lottery will be able to sort of project what no limits would allow, but it would only increase. Massachusetts, without limits, they operate probably 40 to 50% more revenue per machine than we see in New Hampshire. So if we were to remove the limits, we'd see more revenue in the machines, which would then lead to more revenue for the state and the charities. So happy to take any questions.
So have you, or will Mr. McIntyre look at this?
Yes, he has a copy of this amendment, and I asked him earlier today, once I got the final version from OLS, to run an analysis of
So I
it.
think we're hoping to bring him in sometime next week after both of you had a chance to go through your bills with him.
Yeah.
Representative Popovich.
Thank you. Since it is a 6-page amendment, I was going to ask for a quick summary of what are the restrictions that a community may or may not be able to impose on these operations if your 6-page amendment is included in HB2 and makes it through the process.
So thank you for the question. So right now, operators are allowed to operate from 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. And that's under state law, and there's nothing a municipality can do to say, oh, you owe us extra. I mean, obviously, outside of police details, and actually in Salem, we're going to have a fire detail on Standpoint just because it's in the Rockingham Mall, which is the largest mall in New Hampshire. And so one of their concerns is if a fire alarm goes off somewhere in the mall, and it could be at the very other end of the mall, it's very hard to quickly evacuate a live casino when there's money on a table. So having a fire detail in there to actually determine with screens and with monitoring systems, is this a false alarm? Is this a real alarm? And I think they have I'm getting too in the weeds with you guys, but they have then like a 60-second timer. And if the fire detail there doesn't turn off the alarm for the casino, then the casino alarms go off to be evacuated. But it gives them the ability to prevent an evacuation of a facility while there's still money on the table. The way that municipalities would then get sort of negotiation leverage with the facilities is if we allow them to open up for 24 hours via the local control option, and then there needs to be a negotiation to say, all right, this is what it's going to add extra to our expenses as a municipality. And it's going to be for destinations. So I think so speaking as a town councilor in Salem, I'll put my other hat on, I would need to see a nice hotel in walking distance of the facility. I need to see the restaurant plan so that people are fed. And I would need to make it that it was a destination for people to go to and not just a simple charity gaming parlor. So in my mind, when I see a future where there's 24-hour facilities, I would think the town of Salem, Seabrook, Manchester, and Nashua would be the most likely ones to have 24-hour facilities, especially their proximity to the Massachusetts border. But obviously there are facilities elsewhere in the state where they may develop in such a way that would be a benefit to them as well.
Thank you.
Senator Luna.
Actually, a question to the chair, just procedurally, I got a 4 o'clock. Are you envisioning any more voting today?
No, you're safe to go.
Okay, well, it's been a delight being with you.
We're sure, yes.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
No small question. It's meaty stuff.
Representative Hagen Phillips.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, representatives, for taking my question. 2 follow-on questions to your explanation. One, are you open to, in addition of the ALMI problem gambling suggested language to this amendment, would you be considered incorporating that language? My understanding is that Ways and Means has retained their slots bill, so we won't be seeing that here. So is that something you would consider? And then 2, is the breakdown of proceeds any different than what was in the governor's plan?
Thank you for the question. So I know of Representative Almey's problem gaming language. I haven't seen the actual copy of it. I was just watching along Ways and Means while they were discussing retaining the bill. I can't imagine, obviously I know that the 0.25% of the revenues going to problem gaming matches what they were looking to do in Ways and Means for problem gaming. Having not seen the language, I can't commit to it, but I don't imagine it being, something that I would oppose on the problem gaming site. Speaking to the distribution, I believe the governor's revenue, when it was taxed at 45%, had a distribution of 65% to the state and 35% to the charity operators. This bill, as the taxes are reducing, but also the numbers, the actual revenue dollar amounts significantly increased since the governor introduced her budget due to the activity we were seeing in Nashua. The actual dollar amounts are probably pretty equal to what the governor was looking for originally, in which the state would produce about, I think it's $80 million a year when everything is said and done with 5,000 machines down the road, and the charities producing their 30 million to 40 million additional on top of what they already have. So the percentages are different, but due to the increase in revenue projections, what each entity is getting is largely the same.
Would you be willing to share what those distribution percentages are? I guess or point to where it is.
So, yep, so sorry. So on page 5 of my amendment, under revenue share, so each licensee shall distribute, each video lottery terminal license shall collect a tax equal to 30% of gross video lottery revenue, less than any free plate offered by the operator for distribution under paragraph 2. Paragraph 2 then describes that the licensees will distribute 25% of the amount collected to the 2 licensed charitable gaming organizations for each game date. The remainder of the total amount collected would be a 0.25% for payment of problem gaming services by the commission, and the remaining 74.75% for deposit in the education trust fund established by RSA 19839. So it's page 5.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. I heard you say the Keno language of municipalities voting is going away. And I heard you say, that right now you can be open 8 to 4, whatever it was you said, that's in statute. Can a municipality or a town say, no, we don't want this at all?
So under the bill that I'm going to send you, the answer is no. So, which I guess I don't know for things like scratch tickets and other kinds of lottery stuff, whether that's true or not. I don't think you have to adopt anything for anything other than Keno, but I could be wrong about that.
So I will say on my bill, there are 18 operators currently, or 18 licenses currently out there with a moratorium until 2031 for any future license applications. I know there have been, there's been a number of bills that have been proposed regarding local control for future facilities. I don't know where those will stand with the legislature. But the only local control that's in this bill is if there's currently an operator, being able to negotiate with them the terms for extending the hours of operation beyond 4 a.m.
So there wouldn't be new ones to other locations right now. It would be the operators that are existing where they are now.
Correct.
So thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions for either of the two of them? Okay. Any other comments you guys want to lay on us? All right. Hey, thank you both for.
Well,
go ahead.
Okay, I'll just say, I think when you add up the numbers on these 2 pieces of paper, it comes up to a really big number, something like 250 million for the biennium. And so we need something like that to make our goals, or there isn't a very good or, unfortunately. I mean, it is what it is. So, okay.
Well, thank you both for sticking around to do this. I really appreciate it. Mr. Landrigan. You want to chat with them? You want to chat with me? Who do you want? The committee, yeah, right. We're not going anywhere. I got these people till what, 9 o'clock tonight, I think. It's my newfound power.
So I was hoping to just go back through our tracking sheet after what we've heard mostly from the Department of Safety today to see if there's anything you're wanting me to draft to get ready for a future work session. As far as an amendment to either House Bill 1 or 2. One that is a big one because it'll be a lot of work is the motor vehicle fees. But we'll get to that. We'll go in order here. So, yep.
Representative Pavlovich? has
Just
question
as a
for you.
quick question, would it save you time to draft an amendment for the motor vehicle fees while retaining the ability to change just the amounts later?
Yes.
Then
But
I would
I guess-
probably suggest that we should start drafting it because something's getting increased there. We can still decide what and for how much. But if we have a general feel, and my God, I do, that we are really going to increase some fees, then the language
and
should
that's,
be prepared.
That's my sense too. And we can play with a couple of the figures here and there later on. I guess I just wanted to see if there was anything material that you just do want to support more or less than what the department provided here, or do you want me to start drafting an amendment that somewhat aligns with this document?
Does anybody have any problems with the fee structure? We might, I guess, diddle some numbers, but I'm definitely behind doing the.
Because this could take days potentially to,
I would say
there's a
go
lot of
for it.
Yeah, I was gonna
RSAs
say,
here.
unless anybody like had an initial objection, I would say go Mickey, use the sheet they gave us and get started.
Including the boater ones, the boating, the
Yeah,
boater.
yeah, even the
fees,
voting
just-
was too. I excluded those because they were funny in the
Okay.
sheet that I had, but.
All right, so I'm gonna
Make it
go
easy.
forward and start working on that. then.
And honestly, just very quickly, most of the money is in the, vehicle registrations, but I think we should have the broad language because it is important on a policy basis to adjust those fees more often than every 30 or 40 years, so I think we need to make the point that everything or mostly everything needs to be adjusted with exemptions provided by the department, but I think we'll end up probably doing most of it, so I would do everything in here. Because honestly, if we don't need it right now, we'll need it next year.
All right, we'll start putting that together.
There was some language in HB 2 that the governor had in to say it will increase every so often by, and maybe just put that in so that following legislatures or following agencies will just having to do that automatically instead of having such a big shock after 25 days. What? I remember when they put a surcharge on registrations one time under the Democrats, and the town clerks burning my ears up, all the abuse they took. The guy comes in, he's got his $300 from his old pickup truck. That's all he spent last year, and now they want another $40 out of him. And he's screaming and yelling at the town clerk, hey. And so I heard from a lot of town clerks, and it wasn't, it wasn't even advertised anywhere, so, yeah. we
So are you
can't-
suggesting a change or just commenting on your town
No,
clerks?
so that we don't, because this is gonna be another big problem.
What do you mean? That's twice as much as I paid last year.
I can just hear it, so that's, the town clerks are gonna take risks.
No, I got that part. Were you suggesting a change or only describing that issue? Okay. You
So
want
to,
just-
to clarify,
Let him go.
are you wanting a part of this amendment to have any sort of indexing to fees? So that's what I think Representative Weiler was referring to. Is that what
That's
you're
what I was gonna
asking
say.
to include in here, or you don't want that in here?
What if folks want?
I don't think so. I think, what they've done is really good. If there are people complaining, they've said, it's been 25 years since we've raised it. I think there's great justification. Right now, I would be uncomfortable trying to tie it with anything. I says, let the agency deal with it as they need to, as their expenses are changing.
And with indexes, you get funny numbers too.
Yes.
And it's not just the funny numbers, is that you get increases in places where the department doesn't want to increase. Please note they left certain fees untouched. So I don't want to do a one size fits all indexing. I think it's just contingent upon the finance committee to do this on a more regular basis with the agencies instead of never.
Oh, whoa. Representative Bean.
I don't usually say much, but I'm not sure that it's a good plan to catch up on 25 years of mistakes all in one shot. I'd like to divide it in half maybe and do the other half in 2 years, and then have hopefully somebody will stay on top of it. You know, the taxpayers are going to get hit hard this year because of the local budgets, and I just think that this is too much all at once. Yeah, we got to get caught up, but all at once. And then the boats, you got a 40-foot boat that cost $1.5 million, and your registration goes up $10.
Or it stays the same.
So
No, it went up
I think what
$10.
we've suggested so far is that so then we'll draft it as it is, and then we can go through and zero sum out or quadruple sum or whatever we see fit to do. Does that make sense?
Makes more sense to me. No, not quadruple.
Well, that was Mr. Representative Bean's suggestion here. The boats were not getting enough of an increase.
Well,
Anyway, we don't need to get into the details.
$1.5 million boat?
Yeah. Let's let Miss Elena get the thing drafted. Let's move on here. We got a lot to get through.
And just to point out with this, I think the rough number was like $40-ish million. All these would not go into effect until January 1 because we would line these up with a calendar year because that's how most of these fees. So half of that in year 1, perhaps the full amount in year 2. And then also remember there'll be a little bit of an adjustment to the highway block grant to cities and towns because 12% of this fee revenue gets distributed back in the following year. I'll track all that and put that in front of you as a somewhat of a technical component to whatever you end up doing here.
Representative Popovich?
Since you brought that up, you may want to draft language for an amendment that adjusts that 12% to something that we may deem more appropriate given that we are greatly increasing the revenue. I'm not saying that I know I have an amount, but I'd like to have the language available where after we discuss with the committee and the committee feels that an adjustment to the 12% is needed, we can just plug the number in. So if you could include that language in the overall language development, please.
I'm trying to think how to include it without amending it, but if you want to give me a number to put it in, the OLS won't include a section of law in an amendment unless you're making a
So
change.
if you'd like to prep a change for 11.5%, I mean, just pick a number and ask for language from OLS if you think it helps, because then when we get the actual number, OLS will just say, oh, fine, change the number, you're done.
And is your intention to back into the same dollar amount? So you
I
said
cannot say that I have an
11.5.
intention specifically right now, other than examine whether, given that we significantly change this revenue, whether the same percentage of revenue will still need to be given to the towns. That's all. I'm just trying to anticipate all the possible language so I don't surprise you with something on Tuesday morning, you know?
I think I get it. And just for context, I think all the road toll and highway fund revenue is well like $250 million. So while this is an increase, I don't think it's going to move the needle to 12% a ton on that block grant. I was just preparing as there will be an adjustment there, but we can certainly consider that is in RSA 228 something, but we can include that just so it's on your radar.
I'm just trying not to crash the timeline.
Has already taken money away from the towns and fields of road distribution. So if they get a little bit extra, maybe it'll make up for that.
Whatever we need to do.
Because it's not coming out of the general.
Representative Murray?
Thank you. I would like to anticipate it being as clean a bill as possible to make it as easy as possible to get it passed. And so I would have difficulty with adding this and adding that and adding this and anticipating this, anticipating that. I would like it to be clean, easy to explain to people what we're doing, and leave it at that.
Okay, moving forward.
So back to the tracking sheet, maybe we can just go through here and see if there's just what direction we want to go in, just so I can be prepared for upcoming work sessions. So I think the first thing, page 42, section 70, the Northern Shield.
So I'm gonna, after we finish hearing it on the governor's office, and I'm gonna see if Mr. Gary's around and I can talk to him about that.
Okay.
And then I'll
And-
report back tomorrow, assuming he's
Yes,
there.
That's fine. We'll hold on that one. The next one, page 63, section 148, the driver history records. This is the adding the federal, what am I trying to say? The authorized agent of the federal. So you heard a lot about that today.
I'm hoping we can vote on that tomorrow.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. The emergency communications E911, you also heard a lot about that today.
So where are we with that, Representative Hacken Phillips?
Sounds like Director Newberry is going to make a proposal for splitting that.
Okay. So you'll stay in touch with her? Is she
Yeah,
gonna?
I'll connect with her when we leave here.
Okay. Try
after
to
my-
try to move her along.
Yeah.
Okay.
Still include an increase in the fee that's going on the phone bill?
The surcharge increase is separate from HB2. I believe that was a separate matter that was handled through the commission, and it went to PUC and it was already approved. So that's outside HB2's. I think it's just independent because the commission has the ability to raise the surcharge whenever they.
Well, they can do it independently.
Yes.
I believe so. So I think that HB2 was not even contemplating raising the surcharge. I
No,
think-
just still, let's keep this simple.
Yeah.
So to clarify that section, what that is doing is putting into law what has been happening for a while. And we can give you, and I think it's a pretty clean amount of how much is attributable to what that bill's looking to do in the budget, and I can have that for tomorrow. The next thing is, you've got a few sections relative to the group 2 discussion. So the
I'm hoping
first,
you vote on all of them tomorrow. There's 2 here and that third one.
should I draft that third one, or, because right now it's just do you want an
Oh yeah,
official?
the third one actually looked pretty easy. Wasn't that the one that just added 5 words?
It
at the
should
end?
be an easy amendment, but yeah, adding the Division of Fire Safety to RSA 100A.
Yes.
So
yes.
I'll draft that.
Tomorrow, when we could potentially vote.
Maybe, but we can solve the things drafted. You're all kind of convincing me that we should do this.
All right, so I'll have that third one drafted. So you'll have 2 underlying in House Bill 2 and then a third to consider adding to House Bill 2. I think that's it for that. And then there was that one more section that was in the memo relative to fire and EMS, which was related to the section that's already in House Bill 2 that overlap with HHS that they talked about. I think it's a pretty harmless change. I think I gave my copy to the commissioner, so I don't have it, but it was it had some red struck out language. So
yeah.
so House Bill 2 currently has section 151, which we cleaned up. That's where the language was double stated, and we already adopted an amendment to clean that up. What I'm suggesting, if you want to support what the department's asking for, is we'll reconsider that amendment and I'll add that to it. So it'll be one amendment cleaning up all of and we'll override the one you previously adopted with both components in it.
I thought this is the one that fit into the one that we didn't talk about in between. We
It
talked about
does.
150 and 152.
It does.
This is 151, isn't it?
Correct. This is in addition to 151, but related.
Right, which we didn't talk about today.
We did.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
I guess I slept through that one.
So,
Okay.
so 151 we already cleaned up in an amendment. It was the amendment that was in House Bill 2, but it doubled up the language.
If you say so.
I-
On a previous day.
Yes.
Now I'm
So
with you.
we approved that amendment. So what I'm recommending is I'll merge that with this
Got it.
into one to do a cleanup. So just so they're all together in House Bill 2, it makes sense. Yes, exactly.
Perfect.
I think that's about it. That's it with safety, I think. Does anyone have any other questions about safety or any amendments they want or anything? The other one is Northern Border Alliance. Do you want an amendment for that? I can at least draft it and carry it on potential things to consider, and then it's ready if you decide you want it.
Okay.
And I think that's something you're going to talk to the governor's budget director about as
Yes.
well.
So we talked about some other possibilities for tomorrow. Because you're looking for things to fill it. Do you want to?
Yeah. So one first thing, I just want to circle back with Fish and Game. I'm still putting together everything relative to our discussion yesterday. The one thing that they did point out is, or I pointed out to them, is one of the fees that they suggested. They gave us two. It was like fisheries, habitat, and wildlife. One of those is actually set in rule. The one that's currently $2.50, and they want to go to $5. It's not a statutory fee. The question for you is, do you want the amendment to have something that say they shall set in rule a fee not less than $5 to mandate that they set that, or do you want to just avoid that one and not?
What do they want? Or do they care?
I mean, they suggested they would seek to go do that through rulemaking on their own, which they can do that. They always have been able to do that. I'm just not sure we would count any of that revenue since it's not really an action we're doing.
And that's really my problem. I want something that.
Hang on.
So
if we did that, they'd be okay with it, you think, and then we could count it in revenue?
I don't know. I don't know if they would be. I think they
Okay,
probably
forget that.
would because they
Could you-
suggested going to $5.
Okay, my second question, can you count it in revenue if we do that?
If we put in House Bill 2 that they shall set the fee at an amount no less than $5, yes.
Okay, so why don't you prepare that and
Okay.
we'll take it, we'll deal with it one way or another.
That's
Well,
really-
I posited maybe some education things, or is it?
Yeah, so I can, we have House Bill 115 first thing tomorrow.
We're definitely doing that, yes.
And then I can have someone from the Department of Education come in and do something similar with what we did with safety today, just to blast through the things we have outstanding, any last chance at questions you want to ask them. And then maybe we'll get into a more of a voting mode starting Friday on some bigger things, Friday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Okay, so maybe you could have them, I'd like to do some of the voting that we just talked about now.
Yep.
And either first or last, depending how you
Yep,
want to do it. but
absolutely.
Then education.
Yeah.
Fit education in wherever you can.
I think earlier the better for education. I think I talked to Caitlin and she's got commitment on the back end of the afternoon. So I said we would try to spring her as early as we could.
Okay, so I recommend at the beginning, just remember the 10 o'clock, I want to do the EFA thing right after
Yeah,
that.
after the FA, she'll be available, she said.
Perfect, that works.
And
Us? 10? Yes, and right off the bat, we're voting on the EFA bill. And then you have a break. And then there's more voting in the afternoon or something. Okay.
Nothing. We are the only division that-
the other thing I'll just bring up, so we did have 3 bills that we retained. House Bill 129 relative to evidence-based in education, 133 new driver's license for residents, new resident driver license requirements, and then the kindergarten literacy readiness program bill. At this point, I have no amendments for House Bill 2 on any of those. Is that what that works for everybody? I just want to make sure no one thinks I'm drafting something on those for House Bill 2 consideration.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time.
So if we go to page 3 of the tracking pack, you'll see on line 21. So I listed the 3 bills.
Yep, there it is.
And those are just ones that the committee retained to consider in House Bill 2. And right now, like I said, I don't have an amendment. So if you don't end up adding it to House Bill 2, they would be retained and considered this summer for January.
So you're 21, 22, and 24?
Correct.
Essentially, okay. I don't have an answer yet. So we'll give you an answer tomorrow, I guess. So can we all agree that we at least let them know what we want to do tomorrow on those 3?
All right. Yeah. I'm just reminding you we're getting near the deadline. So stuff like
good.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
And then the other one that we just did today that I think is on the easier end is the cell phone policy for the schools. So that bill you retained, I think you suggested Representative Cordelli may provide further changes. So I'll hold on to that one for now. I guess.
Who said that?
I think Representative Weiler suggested that Representative Cordelli may come in with something.
Okay. Are you in touch with him then regarding that? Trying to get the changes? Oh, okay, just get him on it so we can, don't let him wait till next week.
And
Listen, one thing not to be a thought.
Anything else you want to do?
I think that's all I have for today. I'm going to go back and kind of process everything from our events this afternoon and this morning, and hopefully we can have a new pack for tomorrow and go from there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Anything else the committee wants to talk about? No? It's a busy day, that's for sure. Thank you all. Adjourned at 416.